Hello there, and welcome to Life Beyond Seen, where curiosity flows slow and deep, and the wonders of the world drift past like gentle ripples in dark water. Tonight we're leaving behind clocks and calendars and setting out toward a place that moves to an older rhythm, one that's been pulsing through the veins of the earth long before we learned to measure it. Somewhere far to the west, beneath the clouds that never quite stop raining, there's a river that seems to breathe. At dawn, its surface exhales mist thick enough to swallow the trees, and from within that silver haze comes the sound of water folding over itself, of unseen lives moving just beneath. The Amazon. A name that's both a place and a feeling, an immensity so vast that it makes even continents seem small. It's not just a river, it's an ancient artery of the planet carrying stories, memories and creatures whose ancestors have been here since before the world looked the way it does now. Before we dive in, tell me, where are you listening from tonight? Maybe you're somewhere far from rain and jungle. Maybe you can hear the hum of a city or the hush of waves on another shore. Wherever you are, you and I are about to drift together down a stretch of water older than time keeping itself. And if this journey feels soothing, if it helps you slow your thoughts for a while, I'd be grateful if you'd give it a like or subscribe. It helps this quiet corner find others who might need a soft story before sleep. Now settle in, let your shoulders drop and imagine the first breath of mist curling off the river. The Amazon doesn't reveal itself all at once. It begins as trickles in the high Andes, little threads of meltwater weaving through rock and cloud. Those trickles gather into streams, the streams into channels, and by the time they reach the basin, the water has found its voice. It becomes a current that never stops, winding through a forest so dense it makes its own weather. The air is warm, heavy, alive. Every inch of it hums with movement. If you could listen closely enough, you'd hear the beat of wings, the scrape of scales against reeds, the pulse of something vast beneath the surface taking a slow, deliberate breath. The river's size is hard to picture. In the wet season, it can stretch wider than some seas, spreading across the land until the trees themselves seem to stand on stilts. Villages appear like islands, boats drift where roads once were, and for months the forest becomes an underwater world. In those flooded corridors, sunlight filters through the canopy and scatters in sheets, turning the water into liquid bronze. Fish move between tree trunks, and roots become bridges for creatures we still barely understand. This place is not quiet, but its noise is subtle. It doesn't shout like waves on a shore. It murmurs, clicks, and sighs, a language that's been spoken for tens of millions of years. For most of its length, the Amazon hides its depth. What you see on the surface is only a suggestion of what lies below. The brown water, stained by soil and decay, looks opaque, but beneath it lies an archive. Layers of silt hold the history of changing worlds. Fossil shells from when this was an inland sea, bones of creatures long vanished, seeds that once drifted on ancient tides. The river remembers what it used to be. Before it was a river, it was a bay, a swamp, a floodplain for giants that left their footprints in stone. The Amazon carries those memories forward, grain by grain, into the present. At its edges, the forest breathes with it. Each rise and fall of the river is matched by a shift in the life it supports. When the water rises, fish swim into the branches to feed on fruit. Monkeys throw seeds into the flood, and pink river dolphins chase echoes through flooded groves. When the water retreats, the exposed soil steams, and new life takes root. It's a cycle so ancient that even the stones have adapted to it. But deep beneath that rhythm, there's something slower still. Some of the creatures that live here are not just old in years, they're old in lineage, survivors of ages when continents were arranged differently, when predators had armour, and fish could breathe air before mammals learned to walk. Stories about giants in the Amazon have always been part of its mythology. Travellers speak of shapes in the water larger than boats, of movements too powerful to belong to fish, Locals tell tales of serpents that can swallow a canoe whole, of fish that breathe the same air as we do, of eyes that glow red just beneath the surface. To outsiders, these are legends. To those who live along the river, they are memories. Because here, in this water that has never stopped flowing, the past and the present often share the same breath. If you were to drift down the Amazon at night, the surface would look still, but your boat would be moving over a world that hasn't changed in millions of years. The creatures beneath you would look familiar to a paleontologist from the Cretaceous. The arapima, a fish so large it can weigh as much as a person, wears scales like armour plates, each one overlapping the next like a suit of medieval mail. When it surfaces to breathe, it exhales with a sound like a bellows. It doesn't need gills alone. It has a lung-like organ that lets it take air directly, a trick inherited from ancestors that lived in swamps before the river had carved its course. To see one is to watch time surface for a breath before sinking back down again. Nearby, armoured catfish shuffle along the riverbed, their bodies covered in bony plates that gleam faintly when light catches them. Their ancestors once swam through waters that covered what is now the Andes. They are living fossils, shaped by the same forces that sculpted continents. To the untrained eye, they look alien, angular, silent, methodical. But they are as much a part of the river's story as the water itself. They feed on detritus, cleaning the currents, recycling what dies into what will live again. And then there are the caimans, patient shadows that float at the surface with eyes like low embers. The black caiman, the largest of them all, can grow longer than a small car. It moves so quietly that even the fish seem to forget it's there until it's too late. To watch one rise from still water is to see a piece of the Mesozoic reanimated. The line between dinosaur and reptile blurs in its motion. It hunts at night, guided by the faintest ripple, and when it snaps its jaws, the sound echoes like a fallen branch breaking underfoot. Yet for all its strength, it's part of the same delicate balance as the herons and the frogs that sing from the banks. Everything in this ecosystem, from the smallest insect to the largest predator, is bound together in a kind of ancient choreography that never quite stops. Sometimes the river shows its age in quieter ways. During the dry season, when the waterline drops, you can see the strata exposed along the banks, bands of clay and sand that mark past floods and forgotten epochs. Scientists dig into those layers and find the remains of prehistoric turtles the size of coffee tables, giant fish with jaws like bear traps, and fossilized leaves from trees that no longer exist. Each discovery adds another verse to the story, a reminder that this river has been rewriting itself for ages, sometimes gently, sometimes violently, but always moving forward. It's strange to think that for most of human history, the Amazon was a place of rumour more than knowledge. Maps showed it as a blank space, a void filled with imagination. Even now there are stretches of it that no one has fully explored. The jungle is so dense that it swallows sound and light. Satellite images reveal meandering tributaries and oxbow lakes, but what lives beneath their surfaces often remains hidden. New species are discovered every year, some small and shimmering, others startlingly large. And each time one is found, it feels less like a new creature appearing, and more like an old one finally being noticed again. Local traditions have long spoken of creatures larger than science as confirmed. The Yakumama, a serpent said to stretch longer than trees at all, is one such story. Fishermen describe the water churning without wind, boats rocking as if pulled by something unseen. Most scientists attribute these tales to anacondas. The green anaconda, in particular, can exceed 20 feet in length, thick as a telephone pole, but the stories persist. Not as fantasy, but as something between folklore and eyewitness account. In a river this vast, where the water itself seems to breathe, who can say where the border between myth and memory truly lies? As the sun rises, the mist begins to thin, and the forest wakes in waves of sound. Birds call from the canopy, insects buzz at the surface, and somewhere deep in the channel a splash echoes. The air smells of wet leaves and soil. You could almost believe that time has paused, that the modern world with its noise and haste has faded into the distance. But the truth is, this place has never stopped changing. It just changes more slowly, in rhythms too wide for a single lifetime to notice. Every drop of rain that falls here has been part of this cycle countless times, evaporated from the ocean, carried on wind, condensed in the jungle. It falls again, runs into streams, and returns to the sea through the Amazon's arteries. Within that endless loop, life adapts, survives, and occasionally lingers unchanged for millions of years. That's what makes this river a cradle for ancient giants, not just in size, but in endurance, in the ability to hold on to traits that the rest of the world has long since lost. The water moves past roots and stones that have been polished smooth by centuries. Each bend of the river hides a story. Some are scientific, measured in fossils, DNA, and sediment. Others are whispered by those who live along its banks, passed from parent to child in the flicker of firelight. Together they form a single truth, that the Amazon is not just a river, but a living archive of the Earth's past. It carries in its depths a record of survival, of creatures that refuse to vanish, of patterns that repeat like an ancient pulse. As night returns, the mist rises again. The water cools, insects shimmer in the glow of the moon, and the forest leans close, as if listening to its own reflection. Somewhere in the dark a massive shape stirs, unseen, but felt. Maybe it's the sweep of a tail, maybe just the current shifting, but it leaves a wake that ripples toward the shore. The air holds still for a moment, then resumes its quiet rhythm. The river keeps breathing, the forest keeps answering. And as we drift deeper into its story, we begin to understand that what we call ancient is not gone. It's right here, beneath the surface, waiting. When you spend enough time beside a river, you start to realize that it doesn't just flow, it remembers. The surface moves forward, always onward, but the water below is a library of what has passed through before. The Amazon carries the fingerprints of mountains, the breath of forests, and the silt of vanished seas. Every molecule of it has been somewhere else before, evaporated, condensed, fallen again as rain. The river doesn't forget, it transforms. And if you could read its layers, you'd see the stories of millions of years written in mud, minerals, and the quiet persistence of life that refuses to end. The Amazon basin is sometimes called the lungs of the planet, but that isn't quite right. It's more like the planet's bloodstream. Every tributary, every hidden stream that feeds it, acts as a capillary carrying nutrients and memory from one part of the Earth to another. When the rains fall in the Andes, minerals loosen from the rocks and begin their journey eastward. They dissolve, mix with organic matter, and drift through the forests until they reach the main river. What began as mountain becomes liquid memory, carried across thousands of kilometers to the Atlantic. By the time it reaches the sea, the water has gathered so much sediment that it changes the color of the ocean itself for hundreds of miles. Even from space, you can see the river's breath merging with the deep blue, a visible connection between land and sea, past and present. But memory in water isn't just chemical, it's biological. The Amazon is home to more species of freshwater fish than any other river on Earth. More than 2,000 known kinds, and probably hundreds still undiscovered. Many of them are ancient in lineage, descended from creatures that once swam in the lakes and estuaries of prehistoric South America, long before the Andes rose high enough to block the Pacific. When you look at an arapaima gliding through the brown water, you're looking at a survivor of that era. Its scales are not only protection, they're history. Layer upon layer of calcium phosphate built up through countless generations, shaped by the need to survive in waters that alternately drowned and disappeared as the continent shifted. The Amazon's memory extends beyond its living creatures. Deep in the mud, buried beneath centuries of flood and retreat, lie traces of human presence so old that they predate writing itself. Archaeologists have found shards of pottery, fragments of tools, and even raised earthworks in places that flood for months each year. How people lived here, how they built and farmed and fished in a landscape that changes shape twice a year, is a story still unfolding. The soil itself holds clues, dark, fertile patches known as terra preta, literally black earth. This soil was made by ancient hands, enriched with charcoal, bone and compost, creating pockets of fertility that still feed crops today. These traces are another form of the river's memory, showing that the Amazon's relationship with people is older and more complex than once believed. When early explorers came to South America, they often described the Amazon as an untamed wilderness, a green void untouched by civilization. But we now know that it wasn't empty. It was alive with human life, villages connected by water highways, cultures that understood how to live with the rhythms of flood and drought. Their cities may have vanished, reclaimed by roots and rain, but their influence endures. Many of the trees that dominate the modern forest were likely planted by ancient peoples, chosen for their fruits, their wood, or the shade they cast over the water. The forest we see now isn't purely wild, it's a collaboration, a memory shared between human hands and the earth itself. At night, when the surface is calm and the stars flicker in the reflection, it's easy to imagine that the river is thinking. Not in the way we do, but through motion and pattern. It stores energy, releases it, rearranges itself, and in doing so, keeps its history alive. Scientists studying sediment cores from the Amazon basin have found pollen grains that tell the story of entire ecosystems coming and going. During the ice ages, when the planet cooled and dried, the forest shrank into isolated pockets, islands of green surrounded by savanna. When the world warmed again, those islands expanded, reconnecting, mixing their species, and reshaping the modern jungle. You can see the trace of that pattern in the DNA of plants and animals today, a biological echo of ancient climate shifts. Every bend of the river is a timeline. As it meanders, it erodes one bank and builds another, shifting position over centuries. In some places, you can still see the ghost paths of old channels, faint curves of water now filled with vegetation. Oxbow lakes form where the river has cut a new route, leaving behind a crescent of still water that slowly becomes a swamp and then a meadow. Each of these abandoned arms holds a chapter of the river's life. The water trapped there contains different minerals, different microbes, even different species. To a trained eye, it's a record of change so gradual that only the patient forces of nature could have written it. When locals say the river remembers, they mean more than history. They mean it reacts. The Amazon responds to what touches it. When the forest is cut back, the temperature of the water changes. When heavy rain falls far upstream, the flood pulse arrives weeks later, bringing nutrients, seeds, and sometimes entire trees carried like driftwood. These cycles are so finely tuned that even a small disruption can ripple through the system. Fish that depend on flooded forests to spawn may find their breeding grounds dry. Birds that rely on insects hatching at specific times may find their food gone. The balance that has held for millennia is delicate, and the river remembers every change we make. For the people who live along its banks, this awareness isn't scientific, it's experiential. They can read the river the way others read weather reports. The smell of the air tells them when the rains will come. The taste of the water changes before the floods rise. The colour of the current can signal whether the fish will be plentiful or scarce. To them, the river is not a thing, but a being, an ancestor perhaps, or a friend with moods and stories. In their songs and myths, the river has a voice. It speaks in the creak of trees bending under floodwater, in the calls of frogs that return to the same branch year after year, and in the hiss of rainfall that turns the surface silver. There are places in the basin where the river splits into so many channels that maps can't keep up. The land becomes a maze of water, each path leading to another, each curve hiding something that looks familiar but never quite the same. In these labyrinths it's easy to get lost. The horizon disappears behind curtains of green, and sound becomes the only guide. A splash here, a rustle there, the hum of insects like static under everything. Even light feels uncertain, filtered through leaves and mist until day and night seem to blend. It's in these stretches that the old stories say the giants sleep. The idea of ancient creatures hiding in the river isn't just imagination. It's also an acknowledgement of how little we still know. For all our satellites and sensors, there are still species here that science hasn't named. In some tributaries, biologists have pulled up fish with teeth like saws, eels that generate enough electricity to light a bulb, and rays wider than a man is tall. Each discovery hints at something older, deeper, waiting in the mud. Evolution in this place doesn't erase the past, it layers it, one adaptation over another, like the slow build-up of sediment at the bottom of a pool. The Amazon remembers not by preserving fossils in stone, but by keeping their descendants alive. Consider the lungfish, a creature found in several parts of the world, though not in the Amazon itself. Its cousins here, like the arapaima, show the same trick, breathing air when water runs low. These are relics of a time when continents were different, when droughts could last centuries, and survival meant learning to live both in and out of water. The genes for those abilities persist, passed down quietly, resurfacing whenever the world becomes unpredictable again. That too is memory. There's another kind of remembering that happens on a molecular level. Within the cells of plants and animals are remnants of ancient viruses, bits of DNA that once caused infections but now lie dormant. These sequences are fossils written in code, evidence of old battles between life and disease. The Amazon species carry some of the most diverse genetic histories on Earth, a reflection of how many times this environment has reinvented itself. Even when a species goes extinct, its traces linger, in the soil, in the air, in the predators that adapted to hunt it. The ecosystem keeps those memories, folding them into new forms. As night deepens, the surface of the river glows faintly with the reflection of the sky. Somewhere downstream, lightning flickers, too far away to hear but close enough to paint the clouds. The air smells metallic before rain. In moments like this, you can sense the continuity of the place, the way every storm connects to every flood to every creature that swims or crawls or waits for morning. Time feels slower here, but that's only because you're seeing more of it at once. The Amazon doesn't move in hours or days, it moves in centuries. Each turn of its current is a recollection, each raindrop a reminder. There's a spot near the middle reaches of the river where scientists lowered cameras into the depths and found a landscape that looked almost alien. Giant roots descending like pillars, schools of fish drifting between them like clouds, sediment stirred by invisible movements. Among the footage were glimpses of creatures that seemed unchanged since the age of dinosaurs. Armoured scales, ancient eyes, mouths shaped for sifting mud. It's humbling to think that these beings swim through water that carries both the remains of extinct giants and the runoff from our modern cities. The same molecules that once flowed through prehistoric swamps now circle back through us, through rain, through breath. The river remembers because it never stops circulating, and yet, for all its endurance, the Amazon's memory is fragile. Deforestation, mining, and dam construction alter its flow. Dams interrupt the migration of fish that have followed the same routes for millions of years. Mercury from gold mining settles into sediment, entering the food chain. Trees that once anchored the soil are cut, and the river erodes faster, clouding its water and burying habitats under layers of silt. These changes accumulate quietly, like the slow onset of amnesia. The river adapts, as it always has, but its balance shifts, and every time we forget its rhythms, the river must remember more for us. Still, there is resilience here that defies easy measurement. forests regrow, species rebound, and the water continues to move. It has survived meteor impacts, ice ages, and the splitting of continents. It carries in its flow the pattern of endurance. If you sit long enough by its edge, watching driftwood spin lazily in the current, you begin to sense that continuity isn't about perfection or stillness. It's about persistence, about moving forward while carrying the past along quietly beneath the surface. Some say that when you sleep near the river, your dreams fill with water. You hear the slow churn of sediment, the heartbeat of frogs, the echo of something vast turning beneath the current. Maybe that's what remembering feels like for the planet, a constant cycle of forgetting and rediscovering, dissolving and reforming. The Amazon doesn't need to think to remember. It just keeps flowing, and in that motion, everything that ever was continues to exist, transformed but unlost. And as the night hums softly with the sound of water against the banks, the river seems to breathe again, slow and steady, as if exhaling its stories into the air. The mist thickens, the stars blur, and somewhere deep below, the giants that have lived here for ages drift in the darkness, carrying with them the oldest memories of all. If you stand on the edge of the Amazon just before dawn, the world feels suspended. The air is heavy with humidity, and the light has not yet decided to arrive. What you see first isn't colour or shape, but motion. Ripples, small and uncertain, tracing circles that vanish as quickly as they appear. The water is too dark to see into, but something moves beneath it, and the imagination, always eager to fill the unknown, does the rest. For generations, people who live along these banks have spoken of shapes that slide silently under boats, of wakes that appear when the air is still, of shadows that seem far too large to belong to anything ordinary. These are the first hints of the giants, not yet seen but felt, stirring in the unseen places where sunlight rarely reaches. In a river this vast, visibility is a luxury. The Amazon's water is stained with the life it supports. Tannins from fallen leaves, clay from distant mountains, the fine dust of decomposing forest. It holds light close to the surface, leaving the depths dim and private. For the creatures that live there, that privacy is protection. For those who watch from above, it is an invitation to imagine. The line between the known and the unknown here is only a few inches of murky water. Beneath that line, an entire world goes about its business, unbothered by curiosity. When early explorers first travelled through the Amazon, they often wrote about seeing enormous shapes moving below their canoes. Some dismissed them as tricks of light, others recorded them with trembling fascination. The river seemed alive in ways they couldn't explain. Logs drifted against the current, currents reversed direction without wind, and sometimes a low rumble could be felt through the hull, as if something vast had brushed against the bottom. The people who lived here weren't surprised by these reports. To them, the river had always been full of presences, some ordinary, some less so. They spoke of fish that could swallow men, of serpents that could coil around trees, of creatures that rose from the depths only when the moon was hidden. These stories are more than superstition. In a place like this, imagination isn't separate from observation. When you live by the water, when you fish, bathe and travel in it daily, you learn to read it. You notice when the ripples move wrong, when the birds fall silent, when the water seems to hold its breath. And when you feel that shift often enough, you begin to understand that something is down there, even if you never see it clearly. For the scientist who came later, the task was to match legend with evidence. They found fish so large that even myth hadn't exaggerated them much. The arapaima, for instance, the great breathing fish that can reach lengths of 3 meters and weigh more than a man. Its movements are slow but deliberate, each flick of its tail sending a surge of water strong enough to rock a canoe. When it surfaces, it makes a noise like an exhale, a deep, hollow sound that cuts through the air. Locals know that sound well. It means the giant has come up for air. Because it breathes oxygen like we do, it must return to the surface regularly, revealing itself for just an instant before disappearing again. That moment, a shimmer of scale, a flash of red near the tail, the sound of breath, is all most people ever see. There are others. The Paraiba catfish, sometimes called the river's tiger, can reach lengths of nearly 3 meters as well, its whiskers trailing like antennae. It feeds on smaller fish, crustaceans, and occasionally, by accident or opportunity, whatever else happens to be near the water's edge. Fishermen tell of lines that suddenly tighten with impossible weight, of nets torn clean through, of something on the other end too strong to be seen. When one of these giants is caught, it's an event. The entire village gathers, not just for the meat, but for the proof that the river's shadows are real. Its body glistens with a dull metallic sheen, muscles packed tight, mouth wide enough to swallow an arm, and yet, for all its size, it's not the most mysterious thing in these waters. Deeper still, where light fails completely, other creatures move in silence. Electric eels, capable of generating shocks powerful enough to stun horses, wind through the silt. Their charge isn't just for hunting, it's also a language. Each pulse, each electric flicker is a message, a way to sense, to navigate, to find others. To the human eye they are invisible, but their world is full of signal and current. They live in the dark, but they're never blind. And then there are the rays. Freshwater rays, relatives of oceanic species, glide over the bottom like moving shadows. Some are small, patterned with spots like a leopard's coat. Others, especially the large ones, stretch wider than a person is tall. Their bodies ripple as they move, silent waves of muscle and grace. When disturbed, they vanish beneath the mud, leaving only a faint tremor in the current. To step in the wrong place here is to discover too late that something had been resting just inches beneath your feet all along. All of these creatures are ancient in lineage. They carry in their bones the blueprint of earlier ages. The Arapaima's ancestors swam in the lakes of Gondwana before the continent split. The catfish line stretches back to when South America was an island continent, evolving in isolation. The electric eel's relatives first appeared when dinosaurs still dominated the land. To the river, they aren't strange. Their continuity made flesh, proof that some designs are too efficient to fade. The people of the Amazon see them differently. To them, these beings are not relics of evolution, but parts of the river's spirit. The Arapaima, known locally as Pirarucu, is revered not only for its size, but for its wisdom. It is said to appear only to those who show respect to the water, to those who take what they need and no more. The black caiman, feared and admired in equal measure, is seen as a guardian of hidden places, a reminder that every patch of still water may have eyes beneath it. Even the electric eel has its legends, a creature said to have been born from lightning that fell into the river during a storm. To listen to these stories isn't to dismiss them as myth, but to understand that they are another form of observation. They encode experience in narrative. When elders tell children not to swim where the water turns suddenly cold, they're not just speaking of spirits, but of thermoclines. Layers of water where temperatures shift sharply, often places where predators lurk or currents pull downward. The language of myth here is also a map of survival. Early European explorers rarely understood this. To them, the stories sounded like fantasy. They sought monsters because they didn't yet realize that reality itself could be monstrous enough. When reports of giant fish reached Europe, they were met with skepticism. But as specimens began to arrive, disbelief gave way to astonishment. Drawings of the Arapaima, the Piraiba, the electric eel, these looked like creatures from another world. And in a way they were. They came from a world where the clock of evolution ticked at a different pace, where survival favoured endurance over change. As dawn turns to day, the mist lifts and the water brightens to a muddy bronze. Birds wheel overhead and the surface seems calmer. But beneath it, the shadows remain. The giants don't vanish. They simply sink deeper, into cooler layers where light fades and pressure builds. Down there the water is dense and still. Movements are measured, deliberate. Fins brush against sediment, tails shift, bodies glide through liquid that feels almost solid. It's a slow dance that has been happening for millions of years, unseen but continuous. For scientists who study the river, one of the greatest challenges is simply seeing what lives within it. Visibility can be measured in inches, nets and sonar help, but even then, much remains hidden. In some of the deeper channels, the sonar returns shapes that don't match any known fish. Large, moving slowly, too regular to be debris. The instruments pick up heartbeats in the dark, signals that fade before they can be traced. Some of it is noise, data interference, reflections from rocks or vegetation. But not all. There are always patterns that defy easy classification. It's tempting to imagine that among those shadows are species yet unnamed. Perhaps larger relatives of known giants, or lineages that have survived by retreating into depths we seldom explore. The Amazon's main channel is, in places, more than 100 feet deep, and its tributaries stretch into terrain so remote that few have ever mapped them. There could be worlds down there, entire ecosystems confined to darkness. If you were a creature evolved for that life, one that breathes air when it must, that senses vibration instead of light, that grows slowly and lives long, you could stay hidden for centuries. There are modern accounts that echo older legends. Fishermen speak of losing whole nets, of boats rocked by unseen forces. In some stretches of the river, people refuse to fish at certain hours, saying that the water itself is restless, that something large passes through then. They don't name it, but they recognize its pattern. Even scientists who have spent decades studying these waters admit that it's impossible to rule out the unknown. The Amazon's size alone guarantees mystery. Every year new species are described. Tiny frogs, bright fish, rare plants. If small life can hide in plain sight, why not the large? The first shadows beneath the surface are more than physical. They are psychological too. They remind us of how much we still don't see, how much we fill in with story. The human brain dislikes uncertainty. When faced with darkness, it imagines shape and movement, builds narrative from silence. The Amazon encourages that instinct. It's too vast to comprehend, too alive to be still. Every sound invites interpretation. A splash might be a fish, or it might be something older, larger, watching from below. At night, when the moonlight breaks across the surface, the water looks like glass stretched over another world. You could convince yourself that if you leaned close enough, you'd see eyes looking back. Fishermen out on the water learn not to stare too long. The reflections can trick you, and the current has a way of pulling focus. They keep their lights low, their movements quiet. The river respects silence, and so do they. There's a lesson in that. The idea that understanding doesn't always come from seeing, but from listening. The people who know this river best often describe it through sound. The crack of breaking branches when a caiman slides into the water, the deep thump of an arapaima's breath, the fizz of electric eels discharging below. Each of these noises carries information. Each is a sign that the ancient ones are still here, moving as they always have, indifferent to the passing of time above them. And so, when you hear stories about giants in the Amazon, remember that they aren't just born from imagination. They come from encounters, brief, partial, sometimes terrifying, but real. They come from nights when the river swelled higher than expected, when something brushed against a canoe in water too deep to stand. They come from a lifetime of noticing patterns, of realizing that not all shadows belong to trees or clouds. Some are alive. Some have been alive for longer than we can comprehend. The sun climbs higher, insects begin their steady hum, and the shadows retreat from sight. But they're still there, in the slow currents winding below. The Amazon doesn't forget its inhabitants. It hides them, protects them, carries them forward. For all our instruments and maps, for all the ways we try to measure it, there will always be more beneath the surface than we can know. The first shadows are only the beginning, hints of a deeper story that keeps moving, slow and unstoppable under the skin of the world. If you watch the river long enough, you'll eventually see it. A break in the stillness, a broad shape rising just beneath the surface, the faint shimmer of red along the scales before it slips back into the dark. It happens so quickly that you might doubt it was ever there. But then the sound reaches you, that low, resonant exhale, somewhere between a sigh and the whoosh of a bellows, and you realise you've just witnessed something ancient taking a breath. The arapaima, the great fish of the Amazon, has surfaced. In a river full of secrets, it is one of the few giants that refuses to stay hidden for long. The arapaima has been part of the Amazon story for millions of years. Fossil relatives of this fish have been found from a time when the basin was still a massive wetland stretching across what's now South America, long before the Andes rose to divide the continent. Its body plan hasn't changed much since then, which is a rare thing in nature. Most creatures adapt, mutate, and reshape themselves over eons to fit new environments. The arapaima didn't need to. Its design was already perfect for the slow, oxygen-poor waters it called home. To see it now is to see an echo of the Cretaceous, a reminder that evolution sometimes finds a form so effective that it simply stops experimenting. It can grow longer than a person is tall, sometimes more than 3 meters, and weigh up to 200 kilograms. Its scales are like overlapping plates, thick enough to turn aside the teeth of piranhas. Each one is layered with a soft, flexible base and a hard outer shell, a natural composite stronger than bone. Engineers have studied those scales, trying to replicate their structure for modern armour and protective materials. The secret lies in their combination of rigidity and give, able to bend without breaking, to absorb impact and then return to shape. The river built this design through trial and error across ages, and it works so well that no predator here has truly conquered it. The arapaima's relationship with the air above the water is another of its ancient tricks. Unlike most fish, it breathes through a modified swim bladder that functions like a lung. Every 15 to 20 minutes, it must surface to gulp air, its mouth opening wide enough to form a circle of ripples that spread across the river. You could set your watch by that rhythm if you were patient enough. This adaptation allows it to survive in waters where oxygen runs low, especially during the dry season when the flooded forests shrink and the remaining pools become warm and stagnant. In such places, other fish suffocate. The arapaima thrives. For those who live along the Amazon, the fish is more than a curiosity. It's food, wealth, and tradition. Its flesh is dense, almost meat-like, with a mild flavour prized by local markets. In the past, it was hunted extensively, sometimes to near exhaustion in certain regions. A single catch could feed an entire community, and its scales were used for tools and decorations. Its tongue, rough and serrated, was dried and used as a file. But over time, the balance tipped. Too many were taken, and too few left to breed. The giant that had survived ice ages and shifting continents began to disappear not because of natural predators, but because of us. It took decades for people to understand how vulnerable such an ancient survivor could be. Its very habits, once its strength, made it easy to hunt. Because it must breathe air, it reveals itself on a predictable schedule. Fishers learn to wait, listening for that sigh of air, the faint splash that followed. A spear thrown at the right moment could end a lineage that had persisted unchanged for millennia. There were years when the arapaima seemed destined to fade into myth, joining the other shadows the river keeps for itself. But unlike many stories of loss, this one has a slower ending. Conservation efforts in parts of Brazil and Peru began to protect breeding grounds and limit harvests. Communities that once hunted the fish turned to managing it, understanding that protecting it meant preserving their own future. Sustainable programs allowed only mature fish to be taken, ensuring that enough remained to reproduce. Gradually, in some regions, the Arapaima returned. It's still at risk, still a shadow of its former abundance, but it endures. A reminder that ancient life can coexist with modern care if given a chance. There's something almost solemn about seeing one rise in the early morning light. The river is quiet except for insects and the occasional call of a bird, and then suddenly the surface breaks. The fish appears, its long body glinting red and green in the sunlight, its scales catching light like wet metal. For a moment, the ancient world feels close again. You can imagine the wetlands of millions of years ago, when creatures like this shared space with crocodile-sized predators and enormous turtles. The river hasn't forgotten that time. It simply folded it into the present, letting pieces of it remain alive. What makes the Arapaima so extraordinary isn't just its size or its armour, it's its adaptability. It can survive in flood and drought, in clear water and mud, in isolation and abundance. It guards its young, a rare trait among fish, with the parents working together to protect the fry. The male carries the fertilized eggs in his mouth until they hatch, keeping them safe from predators. When the babies emerge, both parents patrol the area, chasing away threats. This instinct for care, coupled with resilience, explains how a species can endure so long in a place as unpredictable as the Amazon. Scientists studying the fish have found that its biology is as remarkable as its appearance. Its blood has an unusually high capacity to store oxygen, and its metabolism can shift depending on conditions. When water levels drop and oxygen falls, it slows its heartbeat, conserving energy. When the rains return and oxygen rises, it speeds up again. The ability to toggle between modes like this is rare among vertebrates, especially those as large as the Arapaima. It's like an ancient machine still running smoothly after millions of years of operation, occasionally adjusting but never needing replacement parts. There are legends surrounding the Arapaima that give it a more human shape. In some stories, it was once a proud warrior cursed by the gods to live forever in the river. His vanity, the tale says, made him forget his people, and so he was transformed into a fish that must forever rise to breathe the same air he once took for granted. Each time it surfaces, it's said to be a reminder of humility. These myths carry a strange symmetry with science. Both see in the Arapaima something timeless, something that bridges the boundary between worlds. It's as if the fish itself refuses to belong entirely to water or air, past or present. At night, when the moonlight touches the surface, the Arapaima's scales seem to absorb rather than reflect light. The outlines blur, and it becomes little more than a suggestion of movement, a disturbance in the mirrored sky of the river. You can sense its passage by the way the smaller fish scatter, by the subtle wake that lingers long after it has gone. If you listen closely, you might hear the faint thud of its tail below the water, like a heartbeat syncing with the rhythm of the current. In quieter stretches of the basin, the fish still dominates entire ecosystems. When it feeds, it does so with an efficiency that borders on elegance. It approaches prey with a slow glide, then opens its mouth suddenly, creating a vacuum that sucks in water and whatever is swimming there. The sound of that strike is unmistakable, a deep percussive pop, as if the river itself just took a gulp of air. It eats fish, crustaceans, even small birds that venture too close to the surface. And yet, despite its power, it moves with a calm that seems almost deliberate, a creature aware that nothing else in its realm can truly challenge it. The Arapaima's survival through geological upheavals is also written in its genes. Studies show that its lineage diverged from other freshwater fish tens of millions of years ago, possibly when parts of South America were still connected to Africa. Fossil evidence supports this link. Similar species once swam in African rivers, suggesting a common ancestor before the continents drifted apart. When the land masses separated, the fish on each side evolved differently, but both kept the same fundamental structure. The Amazon's giant and Africa's smaller relatives are like siblings separated by time, It's another reminder that what we call unique is often part of a larger continuity we can't fully see. To live for millions of years requires more than luck. It requires an environment that allows such endurance. The Amazon, for all its change and chaos, provides that. Its floods and retreats create cycles of renewal. Its complexity offers niches for every form of life, and its scale ensures that even when parts of it are disturbed, others remain untouched long enough for recovery. The Arapaima is a symbol of that resilience, a piece of the river's memory made flesh. When you look at it, you're seeing the river's history embodied, the proof that the Amazon doesn't just host life, it remembers it. But even endurance has limits. Climate change threatens the balance the fish depends on. Rising temperatures reduce oxygen levels in the water. Dams alter migration routes. Pollution and overfishing add pressures that evolution never accounted for. The same adaptations that once made the Arapaima invincible could one day become vulnerabilities. Breathing air is an advantage in a stagnant pool, but a disadvantage when the surface grows too hot or toxic. The line between survival and extinction is thinner than it looks, and the river, though vast, can only absorb so much before its rhythms change permanently. Still, there is hope in how communities have begun to protect the giant. In some regions, they count and tag each fish, marking individuals to track population growth. Fishermen who once hunted them now act as guardians, enforcing seasonal bans and teaching younger generations about sustainable practices. They understand, perhaps better than anyone, that the river's future is tied to the future of its giants. If the Arapaima were to vanish, something essential in the Amazon's balance would go with it. There's a moment just before dawn when the air is cool and the mist hangs low, when the river seems to pause between breaths. That's when you hear it again. The deep exhalation, the ripples spreading outward, the faint glimpse of red beneath the surface. It's easy to imagine that sound travelling back through time, echoing across centuries of floods, across ages when this land was a swamp full of reptiles and ancient trees. The Arapaima's breath might be one of the oldest sounds on Earth, unchanged since before humans learned to listen. And as it fades again into the depths, it leaves behind a subtle silence. The water smooths over, the mist thickens, and the river resumes its slow, endless motion. Nothing here ends completely. The giant that never left will surface again, just as it always has, carrying with it the memory of worlds that came and went while it stayed. In a place where everything moves, it remains, not as a relic, but as proof that some things are built to endure. The deeper you go into the Amazon's waters, the clearer it becomes that survival here isn't about speed or strength alone. It's about endurance. Every creature that lasts in this river has learned to carry a piece of armour, some protection against a world that never stops testing what lives within it. You see it in the shell of the river turtle, in the plated scales of the Arapaima, in the hide of the black caiman. But among all these, there's a smaller, humbler family of beings whose design may be the most perfect armour nature ever built. The armoured catfish, the river's slow, silent engineers. Their story begins not with their size or ferocity, but with patience, with the ability to outlast time itself by turning their own bodies into shields. When you pull one of these fish from the river, it doesn't glisten the way others do. Its skin doesn't shimmer in silver or flash with light. Instead, it feels like the surface of old stone, rough, matte, patterned with bony plates that fit together like puzzle pieces. Each plate is a work of evolution's craftsmanship, overlapping the necks to form a complete suit of armour. Beneath them, muscle moves slowly but precisely, designed not for speed but for endurance. In the wild, where even the smallest gap in protection can mean death, these fish carry their history on their backs. The Amazon's armoured catfish family is vast, containing hundreds of species that fill nearly every niche in the river. Some are barely the length of a finger, others stretch longer than an arm. They cling to rocks, burrow into sand, and graze on algae with mouths shaped like suction cups. Their designs vary, some smooth, some ridged, some covered in spikes, but the principle remains the same: survival through protection. The plates that cover their bodies are made of bone, covered in a thin layer of keratin, like a fingernail hardened by centuries of adaptation. The result is a surface so durable that predators avoid them. Even piranhas with their infamous teeth tend to leave them alone. The story of these armoured survivors stretches back to a time when the river itself was different, when South America was an island continent surrounded by oceans, cut off from other lands. Isolation breeds invention. With no contact with other major ecosystems, the species trapped here evolved in directions found nowhere else on Earth. Some took to the air, others to the treetops, and some, like the catfish, went downward, into the mud, into the darkness, into the world beneath the current where the rules of speed and sight didn't apply. To live there meant developing defences that didn't rely on visibility or agility. It meant turning vulnerability into fortification. The armour isn't just protection, it's memory encoded in bone. Each plate records the pressures of the world that formed it. Fossilised ancestors of modern armoured catfish show nearly identical structures. The same patterns of plating, the same arrangement of joints. In a sense, their skeletons are living fossils, blueprints so successful that nature has kept them unchanged for tens of millions of years. Even when the Amazon basin was still a network of swamps and inland seas, these fish swam along the bottom, cleaning debris and recycling nutrients. Their presence has shaped the river's chemistry, keeping it habitable for others. Without them, the Amazon's slow, nutrient-rich waters might have choked under their own abundance long ago. If you were to follow one underwater, you'd find a creature that rarely hurries. It moves with deliberate purpose, nosing through silt, using its whiskers, long, sensitive barbels, to navigate and search for food. The riverbed is its landscape of touch. It feels vibrations before it sees light. It hears in pressure and taste, reading the water's texture like a book. This ability to sense more than sight allows it to survive in the darkest depths, where the sun never reaches. It's one of the few fish that can move confidently through murk so thick it might as well be earth. To predators, the armoured catfish is an inconvenience. It's difficult to bite, impossible to crush, and rarely worth the effort. Crocodilians that try often spit them out. Larger fish may strike once, only to abandon the attempt when their teeth slide off the plates. The catfish's response isn't flight, but stillness. It tucks its fins, lowers itself against the substrate and waits. Its armour takes the hit, disperses the force, and leaves the creature unharmed. The patience of its design is staggering. It's a lesson in restraint, a reminder that in nature survival often belongs not to the fastest or fiercest, but to the one who can wait the longest. The armour has another, subtler advantage. It allows the fish to inhabit waters others cannot. In shallow, rocky streams that would tear the skin of unprotected species, they thrive. In sediment-choked floodplains where oxygen levels crash and debris floats like dust, they move unharmed. Their armour acts as both barrier and anchor, letting them stay steady in turbulence that would scatter others. Even the water itself can't wear them down easily. Their bodies shed parasites and grit with ease, the overlapping plates forming self-cleaning surfaces that reduce drag and corrosion. Evolution, in its endless experiments, found in these fish a masterpiece of functional design. There's a quiet dignity to them. They don't leap from the water or dazzle with colour. They work tirelessly, unseen, turning decay into life. Their diet, mostly algae, detritus and organic film, makes them essential recyclers. They break down what dies, keeping the river's system balanced. In doing so, they become part of the Amazon's circulatory system, the small mechanisms that keep the great machine alive. Without them, the ecosystem would clog, nutrients would stagnate, and the cycle would falter. They may be small, but they are the unseen engineers that keep time moving forward. For scientists studying these fish, each discovery reveals new layers of complexity. Their armour, once thought to be purely defensive, also plays a role in communication and mating. Males display subtle patterns of light reflection on their plates during breeding seasons, creating shifting highlights that attract females. Even in murky water, where vision is limited, these flashes carry meaning, a silent dialogue written in shimmer and movement. Their bones also tell stories of adaptation at the microscopic level. The arrangement of fibres within each plate gives it both flexibility and hardness, mimicking materials that human engineers only recently began to replicate in synthetic composites. Nature perfected this design before our species even learned to shape metal. The resilience of armoured catfish extends beyond their bodies. When droughts come and the floodwaters retreat, some species can survive by burrowing into the mud, slowing their metabolism, waiting for the rain to return. Their armour, in those moments, becomes more than defence. It's a shelter, a capsule that holds life through months of stasis. When the first drops fall and the river begins to swell again, they emerge, coated in silt but alive, ready to begin the cycle once more. It's hard not to see in them a metaphor for the river itself, always enduring, always returning, armoured against extinction. People who live near the river have long known of their persistence. Children play with their shells after the fish die, marvelling at their weight. Fishermen use them as talismans or ornaments, symbols of toughness and patience. In some villages, their armour is burned to ash and mixed with resin, said to bring protection against misfortune. Even without scientific explanation, the people who share the Amazon's rhythm understand the symbolism of endurance. The armoured fish are reminders that nothing worth keeping is fragile, that strength often comes from persistence, not power. The river holds other armoured forms too, its turtles, its ancient rays, its crocodilians. But the catfish embody something subtler. They are not predators or rulers, they are caretakers. They guard the balance by maintaining the foundation. Every scrap of detritus that sinks to the bottom becomes food for them, and what passes through their bodies returns to the current as sustenance for plants and microorganisms. They are, in a sense, the river's quiet custodians, armoured not for conquest, but for service. When scientists peer into the fossil record, they find their ancestors almost indistinguishable from those alive today. It's as if time forgot to change them. They existed when South America collided with North America, when the Great American Biotic Interchange brought new predators into the ecosystem. Many other native species vanished under the new competition, but the armoured catfish remained. Their armour gave them an edge, and their diet kept them out of direct conflict. They didn't need to fight. They just needed to keep working. Their endurance can feel humbling. Imagine a lineage that survived everything from the rise of mammals to the fall of glaciers, all without leaving its niche. Imagine a creature whose entire evolutionary philosophy could be summarized as stay still, stay safe, keep going. There's something profoundly simple about that approach, something we rarely appreciate in a world that worships constant change. The catfish, in its silent persistence, shows another path, not forward or upward, but inward, deeper into the rhythm of the environment that made it. When you watch them feed in an aquarium or through underwater footage, it's easy to miss how extraordinary they are. They cling upside down to submerged logs, scraping at the surfaces with their specialised mouths. Their bodies ripple slightly with each movement, the plates shifting but never breaking alignment. Even when current flows fast around them, they remain fixed, anchored by suction and design. In the wild, that same motion is repeated millions of times, each fish polishing stones, clearing algae, recycling waste. The collective impact of this behaviour is enormous. They're small, but in their numbers they reshape the river. At night they retreat into deeper water or hide beneath roots, blending into the silt. Their coloration, dull browns, muted greys, makes them invisible in darkness. You could drift right above a colony of hundreds and never notice a thing. Only the faintest shimmer of movement betrays their presence, the slow flexing of armoured tails as they adjust their positions. The river at night belongs to the unseen, and these creatures thrive in that anonymity. There's a beauty in the way the Amazon creates such quiet symmetries. Above, the canopy bristles with birds that flash colour to attract mates, compete for light, and fill the air with sound. Below, in the silence of silt and shadow, the armoured catfish live in near-complete darkness, communicating through vibration, surviving through stillness. Two worlds, one loud and one hushed, both existing in the same breath of the river. Each balances the other. The brilliance above relies on the endurance below. The armour of these fish also tells a broader story about adaptation. For millions of years, life on Earth has been engaged in an arms race. Predator against prey, attack met with defence, speed met with strategy. But in the Amazon, where the environment itself is unpredictable, where floods erase the boundaries between land and water, the smartest strategy isn't escalation but compromise. Armour here isn't aggression, it's accommodation. It says, I will not fight the river, I will live within it. That philosophy, written in bone and scale, might explain why these creatures have endured longer than most empires. In laboratories far from the Amazon, researchers continue to study the catfish's armour for inspiration. Material scientists test its composition to design new flexible armours, aerospace coatings, and medical implants. They find that the structure of each scale disperses force so efficiently that even a small plate can absorb impact many times its weight. What evolution achieved through slow trial, we now attempt to replicate with machines and equations. It's humbling to realise that a fish the length of your hand solved these problems millions of years before we did, simply by needing to survive. The deeper message of their existence is written in the quiet continuity of the river itself. Every generation of these armoured fish adds a microscopic layer to the story. The minerals they process, the currents they shape, the nutrients they return. In that sense, the Amazon doesn't just flow over time, it grows through it. The river's armour isn't just in its creatures, but in the stability they create. When floods come, when storms churn the waters, when the surface world changes, the depths remain steady, protected by the lives that have mastered patience. Some nights, when the moon is full and the water runs low, you can hear them moving in the shallows. Faint rustles, soft clicks, like gravel shifting underfoot. It's not loud, but it's constant. The sound of work being done by creatures that will never be seen, shaping a river that will never stop flowing. It's easy to overlook them in favour of the giants, the predators, the spectacular. But without them, the Amazon story would have ended long ago. Their armour isn't decoration or pride, it's the memory of endurance made visible. And so the river keeps flowing, armoured by time itself, carrying within it beings that wear their past on their backs and carry the weight of survival without complaint. Their lineage reminds us that in a world of endless motion, there is strength in stillness, resilience in restraint, and longevity in adaptation. The Amazon endures because its oldest inhabitants learned how to outlast the centuries by becoming part of the current, not resisting it. The armour they wear isn't just for protection, it's a language of persistence, a statement that says, we were here, we are here, and we will remain. When night falls on the Amazon, the river changes its language. What was once a mirror for sunlight becomes an expanse of shifting blackness, a fluid world where sound travels farther than sight and touch replaces vision. In that darkness, most creatures vanish into silence. The smaller fish dive deeper, insects quiet their wings, and even the wind slows, trapped under the weight of humidity. But there are others for whom this is not the end of the day. It's the true beginning. When the last traces of light leave the water, a pair of eyes breaks the surface, glowing faintly like lanterns reflecting the moon. They belong to the black caiman, the night's first and most patient hunter. The black caiman is one of the largest predators in the Amazon basin, a reptile that can grow longer than a small car and weigh as much as a buffalo. Its ancestry stretches back more than 200 million years to a time when reptiles ruled both land and water. In those days, the air was thick with giants, armoured crocodiles that hunted dinosaurs, massive predators that could crush bones with a single bite. The black caiman is what remains of that lineage, a living continuation of the great crocodilians that watched empires rise and vanish without blinking. It doesn't need to move quickly because time has already proven it right. To see one in daylight is to understand how survival can be an art of patience. Its skin, nearly black but flecked with grey and green, absorbs the sun's heat, helping it regulate its body temperature after the coolness of the night. It lies still for hours, half submerged, eyes and nostrils just above the surface, indistinguishable from driftwood or shadow. Nothing in its posture suggests urgency. The water laps gently against its sides, insects walk across its snout and it doesn't flinch. The caiman's strength is its stillness. When it moves, it does so without waste, a ripple, a turn, a sudden flick of the tail. But by nightfall, everything about it changes. The river at night belongs to the senses that don't rely on sight. The caiman feels vibration through the surface of the water, detecting the movements of fish, mammals and birds with an accuracy that no sonar could match. Its eyes, built for low light, amplify even the faintest reflection. When a flashlight sweeps across the river at night, the reflection of those eyes is unmistakable. Red-orange points that hover above the water unblinking. Hunters and researchers alike have described the feeling of being watched by dozens of those glowing dots at once, scattered across the current like embers. They mark not aggression, but presence, quiet and certain. The black caiman's territory can stretch for miles, following the slow bends of the river and its tributaries. Each one learns the contours of its stretch of water intimately, where the fish gather, where turtles come to nest, where mammals cross to drink. When it hunts, it doesn't chase, it waits. The river does most of the work. It brings prey close, drawn by thirst or curiosity, and when the moment comes, the caiman explodes from stillness into violence, jaws closing with the force of a bear trap. There's no warning, no splash beforehand, only a sudden absence of sound followed by the churn of water. Then silence again. The surface smooths over as if nothing had happened. This method has changed little since the age of dinosaurs. The black caiman's skull, heavy and elongated, is built for crushing. Its teeth are not sharp like a cat's, but conical, perfect for holding and drowning rather than slicing. Once it grips something, escape is almost impossible. It drags its prey into deeper water, spins to disorient it, and then waits for it to stop struggling. In the morning, what remains will be gone, consumed or carried away by the current. Few predators are so completely adapted to ambush, and fewer still are so content to let the river dictate their rhythm. Despite its size and power, the black caiman is not invulnerable. It shares its habitat with jaguars, anacondas and humans, each capable of killing it under the right circumstances, but none do so easily. The jaguar, the only cat strong enough to pierce its skull, relies on stealth and precision, often attacking smaller or younger caimans. Humans hunt for skin and meat, but not without risk. To approach a full-grown black caiman at night is to step into another creature's world, one where your own senses are muted and every movement you make gives you away. The advantage belongs to the one who has been waiting there for millions of years. For the people who live along the river, the black caiman has always been both respected and feared. In local stories, it's not simply an animal, but a spirit, a keeper of balance between the worlds of water and land. Elders say the caiman sees not just what moves, but what hides, that it remembers faces, that it watches those who take too much from the river. Fishermen speak quietly of the times they've seen one follow a canoe from a distance, never attacking, simply tracking, as if curious, or perhaps keeping account. When they talk about the glowing eyes in the dark, they do so without panic. To them, the caiman's gaze is part of the night's order. It means the river is alive, that the world beneath the surface hasn't forgotten its rules. There's a strange intelligence in those eyes. Scientists studying crocodilians have discovered behaviours that suggest problem-solving and even cooperation. Black caimans have been observed working together during hunts, herding schools of fish into shallow areas before striking. They communicate through low-frequency sounds that travel through the water, vibrations too deep for human ears. Mothers guard their nests fiercely, remaining nearby even after the eggs hatch. The young, when they call, emit squeaks that carry through the air and water, summoning the parents' protection. Few predators inspire as much fear while showing such attentiveness. At night, those same mothers patrol the shallows where their young rest. You can see the movement if you know what to look for. A faint wake, a glimmer of scales under moonlight, the soft hiss of air as the adult surfaces briefly. She doesn't wander far from the nest. Every ripple within reach is evaluated, every sound registered. Her young are small, barely a few inches long, striped with yellow and black. In a place filled with mouths and claws, few will survive their first year. But the ones that do grow fast, feeding on insects, small fish, and crustaceans, learning the shape of the river by instinct. By the time they're a metre long, they're predators in their own right. The river's night world revolves around such quiet transactions. Each life depends on another's vigilance. The caiman's presence shapes the behaviour of everything else. Capybaras drink quickly, never far from the trees. Birds nest higher, away from low branches that hang over deep water. Even the pink river dolphins, those strange ancient mammals that navigate through darkness by sound, give wide berth to the still patches where caimans lie waiting. Every creature here has learned to read the water's moods, to recognise when stillness means safety, and when it means something watching. What makes the black caiman remarkable is not just its size or power, but its endurance through change. During the 20th century, hunting for its valuable hide nearly drove it to extinction. Its numbers plummeted across much of the Amazon basin. Then, as the trade was restricted and awareness spread, populations slowly began to recover. Today, in many regions, it's again the dominant crocodilian, reclaiming its ancient role. This recovery is a rare example of how even the most exploited species can return if given the space and time to do so. The river seems to forgive, or perhaps it simply doesn't forget. To study one up close, researchers must approach with respect. Capturing a black caiman is an operation that takes coordination, experience, and courage. Even juveniles thrash violently when restrained, and adults can overturn small boats with a single sweep of their tails. Once secured, scientists measure and tag them before release, noting growth patterns and territory ranges. The data shows that individual caimans can live more than 50 years, possibly much longer. Some may be older than the people who watch them. The idea that a single animal could remember generations of change, floods, droughts, even the sound of motorboats replacing paddles, adds a certain gravity to those glowing eyes. The anatomy of the caiman is a masterpiece of efficiency. Its muscles are concentrated in the tail, giving it explosive power in short bursts. Its skin, tough and ridged, provides both armour and camouflage. The ridges along its back, called osteoderms, are not just protection but also heat regulators, absorbing warmth during the day and releasing it slowly at night. Its nostrils can close underwater, and its eyes are shielded by a transparent membrane that functions like built-in goggles. Every detail has been tested by time and found effective. It's not sleek like a shark or graceful like a dolphin, but its design is as close to perfection as survival requires. The way it moves in darkness is something most descriptions fail to capture. In clear water, a caiman's approach is silent, a ripple no wider than a hand. In murkier depths, it moves more by feel, using the pressure waves created by its own body to map its surroundings. The eyes, glowing faintly, are not just for seeing, but for gathering light, turning the faintest glimmer into a usable image. When it opens its mouth, rows of teeth emerge like pale ivory hooks, but there's no malice in the motion. It's instinct, honed by millennia. There are stories told by travellers who spent nights on houseboats or small fishing vessels anchored near the bank and woke to find pairs of glowing eyes circling them at a distance. They describe the sensation not as danger, but as being observed by something profoundly old. Sometimes the caimans would drift closer, bumping gently against the hull, as if testing the object's boundaries. Then they'd disappear again, leaving only the sound of bubbles and a faint trail of ripples. For those who experienced it, the encounter often left an impression, not of fear, but of awe. It's one thing to know intellectually that such creatures exist. It's another to feel their presence beneath your feet in the dark. The black caiman's return to dominance has also changed the behaviour of other species. In areas where it was once absent, fish populations grew unchecked and capybaras multiplied. Now, with the caiman's back, the balance has shifted again. Predation reshapes the system, restoring old rhythms. Ecologists call this trophic cascade, but for the river, it's simply memory reasserting itself. The water remembers how things were when the giants watched from the shallows, and it adjusts accordingly. On some nights, when the rain falls softly and lightning flashes across the horizon, the caimans lift their heads toward the sound. They've heard it before, thousands of times, over countless generations. The smell of ozone, the feel of pressure in the air, all of it familiar. When the storm breaks, they vanish beneath the surface, waiting for calm. Even the river's tempers don't disturb them for long. When morning comes, they return to their places, half submerged, patient, eyes reflecting the first rays of light. It's a cycle as old as the river itself, a pattern so consistent that it feels less like behaviour and more like ritual. The truth about the Amazon's giants is that none of them really dominate the river. Not the arapaima, not the anaconda, not even the black caiman. They coexist in a complex web where every victory is temporary and every life depends on the next. The caiman might rule the night, but when dawn arrives and the water warms, smaller fish take its place, birds return to feed and the forest resumes its chorus. The balance shifts, but it never breaks. The caiman's eyes close, its breathing slows, and the river continues to flow around it as though it were part of the landscape itself. If you were to drift past one now, you might not even notice it. The shape could be mistaken for a log, the eyes for reflections of leaves. It wouldn't move unless it needed to. It would wait, as it always has, for something to come close enough. But the knowledge that it's there changes how you perceive the water. You realise that beneath every calm surface there are watchers, relics of another age that never ended. The caiman doesn't need to chase, it just endures. That endurance, the quiet certainty of it, is what makes it feel almost timeless. Some nights, when the moon is gone and the air is thick with fog, those eyes seem to float without bodies, moving silently through the mist. They mark the boundary between what we know and what still belongs to mystery. And in the glow of that reflection, the river's night becomes something more than darkness. It becomes memory made visible. The same eyes that once looked upon a prehistoric landscape now look upon motorboats and villages, yet their expression hasn't changed. They are patient, indifferent, endlessly observing. In their gaze, the Amazon remembers itself. If you were to drain the Amazon completely, just for a moment, if the water could somehow vanish and leave behind its network of channels, you would see a landscape shaped not by chance, but by labour. Beneath the dense green, beneath the murky surface that hides more than it shows, lies an architecture of tunnels, mounds and caverns that stretches farther than any city. It wasn't built by humans, or even by anything with hands. It was built by creatures small enough to fit in your palm, yet numerous enough to move mountains one grain of mud at a time. The Amazon's silent architects, the engineers of the riverbed, have been shaping the flow of the world for millions of years, long before the first tree fell into its current. The river's foundation isn't solid ground, it's alive. Worms, crustaceans, mollusks and insects work ceaselessly within it, burrowing, filtering, rearranging. Their movements keep the sediment loose, oxygenated and fertile. Without them, the Amazon would clog. The water would stagnate, suffocating in its own richness. Instead, these tiny creatures transform decay into renewal, turning fallen leaves, bones and waste into soil that feeds the next generation of life. The river's clarity, its oxygen levels, even its course, all are quietly maintained by the billions of beings that live unseen beneath the surface. Among the most vital of these engineers are the freshwater shrimp and crabs that dig elaborate tunnels into the riverbank. During the day, they hide within their burrows, emerging only at dusk to forage. Their claws may seem delicate, but they are tools of construction. Each scoop of sediment they lift reshapes the microlandscape around them. Over years, their collective digging changes how water moves, how nutrients distribute, and how the river breathes. When floods come, these burrows serve as escape routes for smaller fish, pockets of air for insects, and shelters for eggs that would otherwise wash away. To the untrained eye, the Amazon looks like chaos, a constant, uncoordinated motion of creatures acting only for survival. But seen over centuries, a pattern emerges. Every life contributes to the stability of the whole. Every tunnel dug, every leaf chewed, every bit of detritus broken down becomes part of a vast, synchronized system. The architects don't plan or design, they respond. They feel pressure and follow gradients of light, current and food. Their instinctive labour sustains the largest river on Earth. Even the creatures that seem destructive are part of this architecture. Termites, for instance, are as active in the floodplains as they are in the forests. Their mounds, sometimes taller than a person, serve as high ground during the wet season. Birds nest on them. Small mammals shelter in their sides, and when floods recede, the decayed interiors of old mounds enrich the soil. Each tower of mud is a memory of collaboration. Millions of tiny workers cooperating without central control, driven by nothing but collective instinct. If one mound collapses, another rises. Their design has survived for tens of millions of years, adapting to every climate shift the Amazon has endured. In the deeper channels, another kind of architect works. The armoured catfish again, but now in a different role. By burrowing into the riverbanks to nest, they carve small alcoves that later collapse, forming hollows where water can pool. These spaces become nurseries for other fish, traps for organic matter, even refugees during dry spells. In places where the current is strong, their burrows stabilise the banks, preventing erosion. The fish don't know it, but they're holding the river together. Their instinct to dig for safety becomes an act of preservation. The Amazon's entire shape is partly a consequence of such cumulative work. The flow that defines it, wide, meandering, ever-shifting, is influenced not only by rainfall and gravity, but by billions of small choices made by unseen beings. Where they dig, where they feed, where they die, each action changes the physics of the current. The sediment that reaches the Atlantic began as soil moved by claws and fins deep inland. To the creatures that live within it, the river isn't a boundary. It's the only world they've ever known, and they build it constantly. One of the most extraordinary examples of these silent engineers is the earthworm-like creature known locally as minhoko. The word comes from myth as much as from reality. In legend, the minhoko is a giant serpent or worm, large enough to swallow cattle and overturn boats, said to tunnel through the riverbeds and cause floods by its passage. In truth, there are indeed enormous burrowing worms in the Amazon basin, some stretching more than a metre long. Their tunnels aerate the soil and redirect water, influencing the shape of wetlands. The myth exaggerates their size, but not their importance. When locals speak of the minhoko, they're not just describing a monster, they're naming the invisible force that shapes the land beneath their feet. The idea that the earth itself moves, that the ground is alive and breathing, isn't far from scientific truth here. The floodplain rises and falls like a living lung. During the wet season, as rains from the Andes feed the tributaries, the river expands across the forest, flooding millions of acres. During the dry months, it retreats, leaving behind lakes, mudflats, and patches of fertile soil. The creatures that live in this rhythm have adapted not just to survive it, but to participate in it. They open channels that help water return faster, build mounds that resist floods, and bury seeds that sprout when the soil dries. The architecture of the Amazon isn't static, it's dynamic, perpetually under construction. If you watch the surface of a flooded plain at dawn, you might see faint ripples where bubbles rise from the mud. Each bubble marks the breath of decomposition, gas released by microbes digesting the forest's endless fall of organic matter. In that microscopic world, bacteria and fungi perform the same role as the larger architects. They recycle life. A fallen leaf becomes food for fungi, the fungi feed worms, the worms feed fish, and the fish feed everything else. The entire Amazon operates like an immense digestive system, turning death into sustenance in an unending loop. Even the trees depend on this hidden labour. Their roots reach deep into the flooded soil, drawing nutrients released by decomposition. Some species have evolved to live half their lives underwater, their trunks adapted to withstand submersion. During floods, fish feed on their fruits and disperse their seeds across the basin. When the water recedes, those seeds take root in the rich mud left behind. None of this would be possible without the work of the river's architects loosening the soil, keeping it breathable and ensuring the cycle continues. The forest and the river are not separate systems. They are one body, water as blood, sediment as skin, organisms as cells, each maintaining the other. For scientists studying the Amazon's hydrology, one of the great challenges is predicting how this living architecture responds to change. Deforestation, mining and dam construction disrupt the processes that keep the river healthy. Sediment trapped behind dams can starve downstream ecosystems. The removal of forests increases erosion, sending too much material into the water and smothering the creatures that build and filter the soil. When one part of the system is altered, the consequences ripple outward. What was once self-regulating begins to falter. The silent architects, sensitive to even small disturbances, disappear first. Without them, the river loses its balance. Yet the same adaptability that allowed these creatures to build the Amazon's foundations gives hope for recovery. In protected areas, where the forest canopy still shades the banks and the flood cycle remains intact, the architects thrive. Researchers have found that in such regions the soil contains exponentially more life, more burrows, more microbial diversity, more resilience. When the floods come, these areas absorb and release water more efficiently, reducing damage downstream. It's as if the river remembers how to heal itself, using the same labour it always has. For people living within this ecosystem, the awareness of these unseen builders is instinctive. Fishermen know that certain areas, where the water feels soft and alive beneath the paddle, are rich with burrowing creatures. Farmers recognise the value of soil that crumbles easily in the hand, a sign of the hidden work beneath. Children play along the banks, scooping handfuls of mud and watching as tiny crabs scuttle out, proof that even what looks like plain earth is teeming with motion. This understanding, passed through generations, forms a kind of vernacular ecology, a knowledge not written in books but remembered through living. The architecture of the river also exists in its sound. At night, when everything else quiets, you can hear faint clicking, popping and fizzing noises beneath the water. These come from the activity of shrimp, catfish and other burrowers. Hydrophones lowered into the river record a constant crackling, a soundscape of construction. It's like the static of a radio tuned between stations, only here, It's the noise of a life maintaining itself. The river is never silent. Even in its stillest moments, something is always building, always mending. There are places in the Amazon where the water runs clear, blackwater streams fed by rain and decomposing leaves rather than sediment-heavy runoff. In these waters, the architecture takes on another form. Instead of burrows and tunnels, you find webs of roots and fallen branches, woven together by current and decay. These structures trap silt, provide refuge for fish, and stabilise the banks. Even when the builders are not alive in the traditional sense, the river continues to construct itself through the slow motion of gravity and water. A single tree falling into a stream becomes a framework for decades of growth, a new foundation for the next generation of life. In the deepest parts of the river, the architects are less visible, but no less vital. Burrowing stingrays, bottom-dwelling catfish, and ancient bony fish disturb the sediments as they feed, keeping nutrients in circulation. Each movement stirs a cloud of particles that rise and settle again, feeding microscopic plankton that form the base of the food chain. It's a system without architects' drawings, without rulers or plans, yet it functions with the precision of an organism. The river builds itself continuously, guided by the smallest of its inhabitants. When floods recede and the sun bakes the mudflats dry, the architects retreat underground. They wait in the damp earth, conserving moisture, their bodies slowing until the rains return. Months later, when the first drops fall, they emerge again, ready to rebuild. Their patience mirrors the river's own rhythm: expansion, retreat, and renewal. In this way, they outlast everything: predators, droughts, even the rise and fall of civilizations along the banks. As long as the water returns, their work continues. There's humility in recognizing that the largest river on Earth depends on creatures most of us will never see. The Black Cayman may dominate its surface, the Arapaima may embody its strength, but the river's endurance belongs to its smallest engineers. Their invisible architecture holds the world together grain by grain. If you sit quietly by the shore and listen long enough, you might hear the faint hiss of their work under the water, a sound older than speech, older than memory. It's the sound of creation in slow motion, rebuilding the earth not through grand gestures but through endless repetition. And as the river moves on, carrying silt, seeds and stories toward the sea, it takes with it the product of this unseen labour. Every handful of mud that reaches the ocean carries the work of 1,000 architects. Every new curve in the river's course is the echo of their persistence. They never rest, and they never ask for recognition. Their architecture isn't meant to be seen, it's meant to endure. There was a time when this forest was not a forest at all, when the calls of birds and insects that now fill the air were replaced by the low hum of waves, and where the canopy now stands, sunlight filtered through salt water instead of leaves. Long before the Amazon became the river we know, before it began its long journey eastward to meet the Atlantic, this place was part of a vast inland sea, a shallow, warm expanse that covered much of the northern half of South America. The jungle was once ocean, and the creatures that move through it today are living remnants of that transformation, carrying in their bones the memory of tides long gone. It's difficult to imagine such a thing when you're standing on the banks of the modern Amazon. The air is dense, alive, and filled with the sound of movement from all directions. Trees rise like towers, their roots gripping soil that smells of life and decay. But beneath your feet, buried deep below layers of clay and silt, lie the sediments of that ancient sea. Fine grains of calcium, shells of marine creatures, and chemical traces that whisper of salt water. Every flood, every drought, every slow movement of the earth since then has written another layer on top. But the ocean has never truly left. It remains in the DNA of the river's fish, in the minerals of its mud, in the shape of its basin carved by forgotten currents. Tens of millions of years ago, the continent looked different. The Andes had not yet risen to their full height, and much of the land was lower, flatter, and open to the Atlantic. Rivers flowed westward into what was then a vast wetland stretching across the continent's heart, a place now known to geologists as the Pebas system. It wasn't ocean in the sense of endless depth, but a network of shallow seas and lagoons, teeming with life that drifted between salt and fresh water. Giant turtles, crocodile-like reptiles, and fish the size of cars moved slowly through the warm, murky expanse. Above them, primitive birds and early mammals skirted the edges of the floodplains. The line between land and water was blurred, as if the earth hadn't yet decided what it wanted to be. This was the cradle of many of the Amazon's ancient giants. The ancestors of the Arapaima swam here, already breathing air in the stagnant shallows. Primitive relatives of electric eels pulsed through the water, testing new ways of sensing the world. The black caiman's forebears hunted here, growing large on the abundance of prey. Life was plentiful, but it was also in transition. When the Andes began their slow rise to the west, the ocean's grip weakened. The Great Basin started to tilt, its drainage reversing direction. What once flowed toward the Pacific began to move eastward instead. Over millions of years the sea withdrew, and in its place the foundations of the modern Amazon were laid. For the creatures that lived here, this change was both catastrophe and opportunity. Those that could adapt to fresh water survived. Others retreated, vanished, or evolved into new forms. Salt-tolerant species slowly lost the ability to live in marine environments, while others kept the traits of their ancestors. Gills shaped for both conditions, skeletons suited to pressure, behaviours born from the tidal rhythms of the old sea. Even now, some Amazonian fish retain subtle hints of their marine past. Their blood chemistry, their bone density, the way they regulate salt, all speak to an origin that began not in rivers, but in oceans. The transition wasn't fast. It took millions of years for the basin to settle into the form we recognise today. But the memory of salt remained, hidden in the biology of its inhabitants. When paleontologists dig through the layers of sediment that line the river's floodplain, they find evidence of that ancient time. Seashells embedded in clay hundreds of kilometres from the modern coast, fossilised remains of marine snails, and the teeth of sharks that once swam where now only trees stand. One species of extinct giant crocodile, Purosaurus, measured nearly 12 metres long, its skull broad enough to crush a turtle whole. It lived in that transitional world, half river, half sea, dominating a landscape that was still deciding its fate. Around it, enormous freshwater dolphins, ancestors of the Pink River dolphins still alive today, adapted to the changing environment, learning to navigate murky inland waters with sound instead of sight. Each of these species carries a chapter of the story, evidence of how the Amazon transformed from ocean to forest without ever truly abandoning either. In the present, the river still behaves as though it remembers. Its annual floods mimic the tides, expanding and retreating with a rhythm that feels almost marine. During the wet season, the forest itself becomes a shallow sea again. Trees stand half submerged, their trunks wrapped in flowing water, and fish swim through what would be branches in drier months. The boundary between river and land dissolves, returning briefly to the ancient pattern. Birds fish among the trees, mammals climb higher to avoid the rising current, and the water carries nutrients from one ecosystem to another, as if performing an old, inherited ritual. When viewed from above, during these floods, the basin looks like a liquid mirror of the sky, silver veins threading through endless green. The sheer scale of it defies easy comprehension. It covers millions of square kilometres, carrying more water than any other river on Earth, discharging enough each day to fill entire lakes. But what's more remarkable than its size is the continuity it represents. The ocean retreated, but the water never left. It simply found new paths, new rhythms, new lives to sustain. For the people who live along its banks, the idea that the forest was once sea is not a matter of geological record but of intuition. Some of their stories speak of a time when the world was entirely covered in water, when the spirits of the deep withdrew slowly and gave rise to trees. The fish, in these tales, were the first to remember, guiding the water back into the channels we now call rivers. They say that when the Arapaima rises to breathe, it is recalling that old world, lifting its head to taste the air that once lay beneath waves. The legends are poetic, but they contain a truth that science later confirmed, that the Amazon is, in a sense, a remnant ocean still learning to be a river. Geologists studying the sediments of the basin describe its layers as a kind of slow-motion diary. Each one marks a different era, periods of flooding, drying, volcanic activity, and biological change. The ancient sea left behind deposits of limestone and marine clay, which later transformed under pressure into the fertile soils that now sustain the forest. The very nutrients that feed the roots of towering trees once drifted in currents filled with plankton. Every leaf that grows here, every vine that climbs toward the light, owes its existence to the chemistry of an ocean long gone. In that way, the forest is not separate from the sea, but its descendant growing from its bones. The creatures of the modern Amazon still show traces of this ancestry in ways subtle and profound. The pink river dolphin, with its flexible neck and long snout, is an adaptation to a flooded forest environment, but its lineage comes from marine dolphins that once swam in those prehistoric seas. As the ocean retreated, they followed the shrinking waterways inland, evolving to navigate in dark, sediment-filled waters. Their colour, shifting from grey to pink, isn't a sign of fragility, but of adaptation. Blood vessels close to the surface to release heat in the warmer conditions. When they rise to breathe, they do so with the same curved grace as their oceanic relatives, a gesture older than the river itself. Even smaller creatures carry the same legacy. Some species of crustaceans found deep in the Amazon's tributaries are nearly identical to marine forms, differing only in their tolerance for salt. Others still move between fresh and brackish waters, continuing the old migration patterns of their ancestors. It's as if evolution didn't erase the memory of the sea, only reinterpreted it. Each generation carries the map of an ancient ocean inside its genes, an invisible geography passed down through time. The landscape itself bears the marks of that memory. Satellite imagery reveals faint ridges and depressions running across the basin, ghost shorelines of ancient lakes and seas. These shapes tell the story of a continent shifting under its own weight, bending to accommodate the birth of mountains and the retreat of oceans. When the Andes began to rise, they trapped the waters that once drained westward, forcing them to seek a new route east. It took millions of years for the Amazon to carve its path to the Atlantic, breaking through ridges and depositing layer after layer of sediment. In that time, entire species rose and fell, each leaving behind fossils that now lie buried beneath the forest floor. Somewhere deep in the sediment beneath the modern delta, the boundary between ancient saltwater and modern freshwater still exists, a chemical line that marks the moment when the ocean became river. That boundary isn't visible to the naked eye, but scientists can trace it through isotopes in the soil, reading the past like text written in minerals. It shows not just where the water once was, but how it moved, how it changed the chemistry of the earth itself. Each grain of sediment, each molecule of calcium carbonate is a remnant of the sea that once covered the jungle. In a way, the creatures that haunt the river now, the arapaima, the electric eel, the giant catfish, the black caiman, are living fossils of that ancient transformation. They are the ones who stayed behind, who adapted when the world changed around them. Their bodies carry features that no longer make full sense in a purely freshwater world. The arapaimas need to breathe air, the caiman's salt-tolerant physiology, the eel's electric sense. All are relics of adaptation from another era. They are reminders that time doesn't always replace what came before. Sometimes it builds upon it, layering new life over old without erasing the traces. When rain falls over the Amazon today, It completes a cycle that began in that primordial sea. The water evaporates from the Atlantic, travels inland as clouds, and falls again over the forest that grew from its sediment. It flows down the slopes, carrying with it the minerals of the mountains, joining tributaries until it becomes part of the great river. Then, after thousands of kilometres, it returns to the same ocean it once was. The journey takes time, but the circle is complete. In that sense, the Amazon isn't just a river, it's the memory of an ocean learning to move again. Standing at the edge of the water, listening to the slow movement of the current, it's possible to sense that history. The sound of the river is not unlike the sound of waves on a distant beach, steady, low, rhythmic. The humidity in the air carries the same scent of salt, faint but persistent, a reminder that the boundary between sea and land is never final. The forest hums with life that was born from water and still depends on it completely. Every tree root that drinks, every frog that calls, every fish that breathes through mud is part of the same inheritance. The ocean may have withdrawn, but it never truly left this place. It simply changed shape, flowing through the veins of the earth instead of across its surface. When the night settles over the river and the mist begins to rise, the air feels heavier, as though the world is holding its breath. The trees lean over the water, their reflections stretching downward into the dark. Somewhere deep below, unseen currents shift silt and memory alike. The fish move slowly, their bodies following paths carved long before them. The river continues, patient and immense, carrying the echo of tides that once touched every leaf and stone. And in that steady flow, the jungle whispers back to the sea it once was, reminding it that nothing ever truly ends. It only transforms. The Amazon has always had its share of stories, and most of them come from nights when the air was too thick to breathe and the river too quiet to trust. It's in that silence that imagination begins to move. People have looked into these waters for thousands of years and seen reflections that weren't their own. Some called them spirits, some called them gods, and others said they were monsters, remnants of something older than the world we know. The truth, as always, lies somewhere between fear and memory. The monsters of the Amazon aren't just creatures of legend. They are the shadows cast by deep time, the shapes of things that once were, still echoing through the present. When you live beside a river like this, it's impossible not to feel watched. The surface hides more than it reveals, and movement beneath the water is always uncertain. A ripple, a swirl, a faint shadow moving against the current. Each could mean something ordinary or something else entirely. The people who have lived along these banks for generations don't separate myth from nature the way others do. To them, the river's mysteries are a living part of it, not separate from the real. What scientists call evolution, they call memory. And the creatures that sometimes appear where they shouldn't, that surface once and vanish again for decades, are its proof. The Amazon is old enough to remember everything that ever lived in it. Buried in its mud are fossils of fish with teeth like knives, turtles the size of cars, and crocodiles big enough to swallow a horse. Those bones rest just beneath the feet of people who tell stories of creatures large enough to crush canoes, dark shapes that glide beneath the surface without sound. The line between the fossil record and the folklore is thinner here than anywhere else on Earth. When someone sees something enormous move through the brown water, it's not hard to imagine they've glimpsed a survivor of those ancient worlds, a creature that refused to die when everything else did. There are countless stories, passed down through families and villages, each describing the river's hidden giants. One speaks of the Akumama, the mother of waters, said to be a serpent wider than a man is tall, capable of swallowing anything that comes too close. It is said that when she moves, the river bends around her body, that the air grows heavy and the water begins to pull downward as if the whole basin were exhaling. Fishermen still talk about the sudden whirlpools that form without wind, the ones that appear calm on the surface but pull with frightening strength below. Science explains them as shifts in current or pockets of compressed gas escaping the mud. but in the language of the river, they are signs that the Yakumama has turned in her sleep. For centuries, explorers brought back tales of creatures so large they could not be believed. In the 19th century, travellers wrote of seeing giant snakes longer than 20 metres, sliding silently through the shallows. Some reports were exaggerations, born of fear or excitement, but others describe behaviour too detailed to dismiss entirely. They spoke of eyes reflecting light from beneath the water, of the smell of decay that followed in the creature's wake, of livestock disappearing near the edges of flooded fields. Modern herpetologists know that anacondas, the green giants of the Amazon, can reach impressive sizes, sometimes more than 8 metres long, though such individuals are rare. Yet the stories persist of ones much larger, hidden deep in flooded forests, too old and cautious to show themselves often. The river, with its endless hiding places, could easily keep such secrets. But not all of the monsters in memory are serpents. Some have fins, some scales, some bones so ancient that the species themselves feel like fossils that forgot to fade. The arapaima, already vast, becomes larger in imagination. Stories tell of individuals so massive they drag boats under or shatter nets like threads. Fishermen say that if one rises close to your canoe, you must not speak its name aloud, for the river listens, and the fish will vanish for good. It's a superstition, but one rooted in truth. The arapaima is sensitive to vibration and sound, and a single disturbance can send it gliding silently into deeper water. For a creature that's been hunted for centuries, caution has become a form of evolution. Then there's the boto, the pink river dolphin. To outsiders it seems harmless, even friendly, an intelligent mammal that swims gracefully through the murky water. But to the people who know the river best, it's something far more complex. In their stories, the boto is a shapeshifter, able to leave the water at night and take human form. It walks among the villages during festivals, dressed in white, wearing a hat to hide the blowhole on its head. It seduces, dances, disappears by dawn. Children born under strange circumstances are sometimes said to be its offspring, neither fully human nor entirely of the water. These tales may sound whimsical, but they serve a purpose. They remind people that the boundary between the human world and the rivers is not as firm as it seems. The boto's legend is not about fear, but about respect for what cannot be fully known. Every culture that has lived beside this river has created its own map of monsters. The spirits of drowned people, the massive fish that guard sacred pools, the birds that lure travellers astray with human cries, all part of the same tapestry. Yet each myth points towards something real. The electric eel, for example, was once described as a serpent that could kill with a glance. Its ability to generate powerful shocks was known long before it was measured. When people warned their children not to swim in certain parts of the river, they were protecting them from genuine danger. The legends, in that sense, are the river's safety manual written in metaphor. The further you travel into the basin, the older the stories become. Some describe creatures that seem to belong to another era entirely. Enormous armoured fish that grind rocks with their jaws, unseen animals that shake the ground when they move, shapes glimpsed under lightning flashes and never seen again. In the western parts of the Amazon, where the rivers are younger and the forest thicker, fossils often surface after heavy rains. A farmer might dig a field and uncover a bone larger than his arm. The discovery feeds the stories, confirming that the giants once existed, that the river has always been home to monsters, both real and remembered. For scientists, these myths are often the first hints of undiscovered species. Many biological surveys begin with listening. Locals will describe a sound, a pattern, a creature seen only once, and sometimes, after months of searching, researchers find that it corresponds to something real, a new kind of fish, a rare amphibian, or a species thought extinct. The line between myth and discovery is blurry, because both begin with observation. In a place as vast as the Amazon, Even the most outlandish story may have a kernel of truth hidden in its current. The river's monsters also live in its geology. The remains of prehistoric creatures tell stories that sound almost mythical in themselves. Purosaurus, the 12-metre crocodile that once ruled these waters, had jaws strong enough to crush bone in a single bite. Titanoboa, the serpent that followed it in time, could reach lengths of over 15 metres, its body thicker than a man's torso. These were the true monsters of the ancient Amazon, creatures of such scale that their existence reshaped ecosystems. When they vanished, the memory of their presence didn't fade, it lingered, passed down in story and instinct. Even the animals that live here now carry echoes of those giants, the same slow movements, the same habits of stealth and patience. It's as if the river itself still expects them to return. At night, when the mist hangs low over the water, it's easy to understand why the mind fills in shapes. The surface becomes a mirror that hides as much as it reveals, and the jungle seems to press closer, its sounds amplified by darkness. Something large moves in the distance, maybe a fish breaching, maybe a branch falling, and for a moment, the ancient imagination wakes up. The line between now and then blurs. You remember that this river once held creatures the size of buses, that the world beneath you stretches back tens of millions of years. The Amazon doesn't need fantasy to feel mythical. Its reality is already stranger than invention. There are places where the water runs deep and cold, where even the most experienced locals hesitate to linger. They say the river grows quiet there, that the usual chatter of insects and frogs fades away. Some claim these are the resting places of the ancient ones, where the bones of the great reptiles still lie buried in silt. Others say the creatures never died, that they simply went deeper, retreating to the parts of the river that never see light. In a system this vast, with channels hundreds of feet deep and tributaries that stretch into unmapped forest, the idea doesn't seem entirely impossible. There's always another bend, another layer of shadow waiting to be explored. The monsters of memory aren't all ancient either. Some are born from the collision between the old world and the new. Fishermen now speak of fish behaving strangely near mining sites, of currents that shimmer with oil, of species appearing where they never used to. They describe fish with burns on their scales, strange colours on their fins, unusual growths. The river keeps its balance by adapting, but even that adaptation can create new forms. Creatures altered by mercury, by heat, by the slow accumulation of the human presence. To those who depend on the river, these changes feel like mutations in its mind, as if something long asleep were waking in discomfort. The myths change accordingly. The Akumema becomes angry, the spirits of the water restless. The new monsters are our own reflections, born from what we've done to the river's body. It's easy to dismiss the idea of monsters as imagination, but imagination itself is a record of perception. Before science gave names and categories, observation became story. The myths of the Amazon are not about disbelief, they're about seeing too much, seeing more than you can explain, and preserving that sight through words. Each generation adds to them, reshaping them to fit what the river has become. 1,000 years ago, the stories were about serpents that moved mountains. Today they're about creatures adapting to survive pollution or disappearing under dams. The monsters evolve with the river, just as the fish and forest do. When you listen to these stories told around fires by the riverbank, there's a rhythm to them that feels like the current itself. Slow, steady, circular. No one ever claims to have seen the monsters clearly. They are always just beneath the surface, half remembered, half believed. But the power of the stories doesn't depend on proof. It comes from recognition, the understanding that the river is bigger than our comprehension, that its history reaches so far back it becomes indistinguishable from myth. The monsters are how people remember that scale. They remind us that this place wasn't made for us alone. In the quiet hours before dawn, when fog drifts low and the forest seems to hold its breath, the water reflects the faintest hint of movement, Maybe it's a fish, maybe a log caught in the current, or maybe it's one of those shapes the mind recognizes before the eyes can confirm. For an instant, the river seems to breathe differently, as though something vast has turned beneath the surface. You tell yourself it's nothing, and yet part of you knows that the Amazon's memory runs deeper than reason. The monsters aren't gone, they're still here, in the mud, in the genes of the living, in the stories that refuse to die. The river remembers them all, carrying their shadows forward through time, waiting for the moment when something old will rise again, just enough to remind us that we were never the first to call this place home. Extinction isn't something the Amazon announces. It doesn't come with silence or ceremony. It happens quietly, somewhere in the middle of the night, when the mist is thick and the river moves just the same as it always does. One sound disappears, a call, a splash, a wing beat, and no one notices right away. The forest doesn't mourn. It absorbs the absence like it absorbs water, and yet over time those absences accumulate. They leave hollows in the rhythm of things. You can't point to them directly, but you can feel them, the way you can feel a missing step in a familiar path. The Amazon is full of such gaps, echoes of creatures that once lived here and no longer do, shapes that the water remembers even if the world above it has forgotten. The record of those disappearances is buried deep, pressed into the sediment of time. Fossils are only the physical traces, the bones and shells that endure. But the river keeps other kinds of records. In the DNA of surviving species, in the chemistry of its mud, in the behaviour of animals that still mimic long-vanished predators. The Amazon has been rewriting itself for tens of millions of years, adapting to changes so immense that they would have erased most other ecosystems. Every extinction here has left something behind, an echo that shapes what remains. In the age before the river took its modern form, when the land was still a patchwork of lakes and swamps, creatures lived that would seem impossible now. Purosaurus, the colossal crocodile, stretched longer than a city bus. Its skull alone weighed hundreds of kilograms. Its bite force was greater than that of any predator before or since. When it struck, bones shattered like twigs. It hunted giant turtles, catfish the size of sharks, and early mammals that ventured too close to the water's edge. For millions of years it ruled the wetlands, until climate shifts and the rise of the Andes changed the currents and destroyed its world. The rivers became narrower, faster, cooler. The great crocodile couldn't adapt. Its descendants grew smaller, more cautious, until they became the caimans we see now, still powerful but no longer dominant. The ghost of Purosaurus lingers in them, in the slow blink of their eyes, in the way they wait motionless before a strike. Evolution doesn't forget, it repurposes. Then there was Titanoboa, the serpent that made even Purosaurus look small. More than 12 meters long, thick as an oil drum, it slid through the steamy shallows of the Paleocene epoch, feeding on the great fish that once filled the ancient lakes. Its world was warmer than ours, the atmosphere heavy with moisture, the forest still young. When the planet cooled, the giant snakes vanished. Their size depended on the heat of their environment, and when the temperature dropped, the energy to sustain them faded. Yet their pattern of existence remains imprinted in every anaconda that coils today. The green anaconda, though half its ancestor's length, still moves with the same deliberate grace, the same patience, as if carrying on a rhythm older than its species. The river's fossils tell stories like these in layers. Each stratum reveals another disappearance, not sudden but gradual, like a slow exhale. The bones of giant rodents, amphibians as long as men, massive armoured fish, all swallowed by mud and time. When the Andes rose, they cut off the ancient marine currents that once connected the basin to the sea. What had been a vast inland ocean became fresh water. Entire ecosystems collapsed in the transition. Creatures that had depended on salt vanished, replaced by new forms that could tolerate the change. The Amazon, as we know it, was built on the graves of its predecessors. Every generation of life here stands on a foundation of extinction. But extinction in the Amazon isn't always about the past. It's happening now, quietly, invisibly, under the same green canopy that seems eternal from above. Species disappear here without ever being known to science. Some exist for centuries in isolation, in a single tributary or stretch of forest, and vanish before anyone ever names them. The scale of biodiversity in this place makes it both magnificent and fragile. It's estimated that 1 in 10 known species on Earth lives within this basin. For every one we've described, there are likely dozens more waiting to be found, or already lost. When forests are cleared for agriculture, for mining, for roads, it's not just trees that fall. Microhabitats collapse. The small streams that feed the great river dry up or become polluted. The architects of the soil, the worms, the crustaceans, the burrowing fish, die first. Without them, the structure begins to fail. The water becomes cloudy with sediment, oxygen levels drop, and the creatures that depend on balance vanish in turn. Each extinction triggers another, a quiet chain reaction that moves outward through the web of life. The river doesn't scream, it adjusts, but its chemistry changes, its sound changes, its pulse slows. Even the giants notice. The Arapaima, once abundant, has already been through one near extinction. Overfishing reduced its numbers so drastically that entire regions reported none for years. It survived because people learned, too late but still in time, to protect it. The black caiman followed a similar path. Hunted for its skin until only a few remained, it has begun to return. But others are not so lucky. The freshwater stingrays, for instance, suffer from habitat loss and pollution. Their young are crushed under dredging machines. Some species of river dolphin have seen their populations cut by half in a single generation. Each loss leaves an absence that ripples through the food chain like an unhealed wound. Even the trees are part of this slow erasure. Certain species depend on specific animals for seed dispersal. A fish that eats the fruit, a bird that carries it. When those animals disappear, the trees follow. Over time, the forest shifts its composition. It still looks alive, still green and vast, but the relationships that once defined it begin to unravel. The Amazon may appear eternal from space, but on the ground, it's full of ghosts. Species missing from their roles, gaps in the web that no new organism has yet filled. What makes extinction so deceptive here is that life doesn't stop. The forest keeps growing, the river keeps moving. The abundance hides the loss. For every creature that disappears, another seems to take its place, at least for a while. But the balance is subtle, and the replacements are never quite the same. You can think of the Amazon as a symphony that's been playing for millions of years. Each extinction removes an instrument. The music continues, but the tone shifts, the harmony thins. From a distance you might not notice, but up close, something feels missing. The river's voice changes, and only those who have listened long enough can tell. Sometimes, the echoes of extinction are more literal. Deep in the basin, where human presence is rare, researchers have recorded strange underwater sounds, clicks, pulses, and low-frequency hums that don't match any known species. Some are believed to be from undiscovered fish or mammals. Others might be mechanical reflections of water and geology, but some remain unexplained, repeating patterns that seem almost deliberate, like calls waiting for an answer that will never come. The river in its way keeps broadcasting to the past. The soil itself carries memories of what's gone. Chemical traces of extinct plants linger in the sediment, preserved as molecular fossils. Pollen grains from vanished trees still wash into the water each year, carried from ancient layers disturbed by the river's constant reshaping. In these fragments, scientists can reconstruct worlds that no longer exist, forests of species that thrived before humans ever arrived. The picture that emerges is not one of catastrophe, but of constant renewal through loss. The Amazon has been destroyed and reborn countless times. Extinction here is not an end, but a form of forgetting that allows new life to emerge. Yet there's something different about the extinctions happening now. They're faster, less forgiving. In the past, when climates shifted or continents moved, evolution had time to adapt. Now, change comes in decades, not millennia. The creatures that once endured every upheaval the planet threw at them, ice ages, droughts, floods and fires, now face something they cannot outlast: us. The pressures of development, pollution and warming temperatures move too quickly for natural systems to compensate. The result is a silence that spreads faster than sound. Still, even amid loss, the Amazon remains defiant. There are pockets of resilience, refuges where species endure against all odds. In remote headwaters, biologists find fish thought extinct, frogs unseen for generations, plants growing from seeds buried for centuries. Each rediscovery feels like a message from the past, proof that extinction in the Amazon doesn't always mean disappearance. Sometimes it means dormancy, waiting for the right conditions to return. The forest, like the river, has a long memory. It remembers how to heal given space and time. Among the locals, there's a belief that when a species disappears, its spirit remains in the water. The fish that no longer swim are said to become currents. The birds that no longer fly become wind. It's not meant as metaphor, but as understanding. Energy doesn't vanish. It changes form. The science aligns in its own language. The nutrients of a fallen tree feed others. The calcium of a lost shell becomes part of the next generation's bones. The cycle continues, not unbroken, but unending. Sometimes, during heavy rains, the river floods over ancient burial layers and brings fossils to the surface. Children find teeth and bones washed up among driftwood, white against the brown mud. They take them home, unaware that they're holding the remains of creatures unseen by human eyes. For a few days, those bones lie on windowsills or in baskets before being forgotten again. The process repeats, the past rising briefly before sinking back into obscurity. The river reveals, then conceals, always moving forward but never letting go. Extinction in that sense is not erasure but transformation. The Amazon doesn't mourn its dead. It incorporates them. The minerals of vanished creatures feed new ones. The genes of survivors carry traces of what was lost. Each adaptation is built on the memory of what failed. The river itself may be the greatest survivor of all, reshaping every extinction into new possibility. When one form of life ends, another takes its place, altered, informed by what came before. The forest doesn't forget, it metabolizes. Still, there's an unease in knowing how much has already vanished without witness. Some extinctions happen so quietly that no one even knows the species existed. A frog that bred in one pond, a fish confined to a single tributary. Gone without record, its disappearance unnoticed even by those who live nearby. The loss isn't just biological, it's narrative. Each species carries a story, a way of existing in the world that can never be recreated. When it disappears, so does that way of seeing. Standing on the riverbank at dusk, you can feel both abundance and absence at once. The air vibrates with life, but beneath the noise lies a hum of things missing. It's not grief exactly, more a recognition that the river is full of ghosts, not haunting, but accompanying. The water carries their memory forward, dissolving bones into minerals, names into silence. Every drop that flows toward the ocean contains a trace of what came before. The Amazon doesn't speak of extinction, it breathes it, transforming loss into movement, turning what's gone into what will come next. And as night falls and the mist thickens again, the forest resumes its chorus. Frogs call, insects hum, fish stir beneath the surface. The music continues, imperfect but alive. Somewhere in that sound, faint but constant, are the echoes of extinction. Not a lament, but a reminder that even in disappearance, life leaves behind a shape for the world to remember. The river carries that shape forward, endlessly rewriting itself with the ink of what once was, ensuring that nothing, not even death, is ever truly lost here. When you walk along the banks of the Amazon at low tide after the water has pulled back and the mud flats stretch out under the sun, you begin to notice the shapes that lie half buried in the dark soil. They look like driftwood at first, smoothed by water and time, but closer inspection reveals something different. The texture of bone, the curved edge of a jaw, a fragment of rib. These are the bones of the river, scattered across its history like punctuation marks in a story too vast to read in one sitting. The river exhales them now and then, revealing what it has carried and hidden for millennia. Each one carries a record, a faint song written in mineral and silence. The Amazon does not have archives the way cities do. Its memory is sediment, its documents layers of clay and sand. To find its history, you must dig through time itself. The bones tell what words cannot, how the river has shifted, what creatures came and went, how life transformed each time the earth rearranged itself. Paleontologists come here to listen to that record. They spend weeks knee-deep in mud, brushing away centuries, reading the script of evolution one fossil at a time. Every discovery is an echo from a world that once was. A jawbone of a Purosaurus, a turtle shell bigger than a table, a fish scale the size of a coin. The scientists who work in these flooded plains describe it not as excavation but as translation. The bones are not simply objects. They are messages, written in a language older than speech. Every groove, every mineral vein, every fracture tells something about pressure, time, and survival. Some bones hum faintly when tapped, a brittle resonance that travels through the hand like a vibration. It's not sound, not really, but something close, a physical echo of the forces that shape them. The bones sing in their own way, and the patient listener can learn to interpret their rhythm. When rain falls on the exposed fossil beds, it brings those songs to the surface. The minerals resonate differently when wet. The texture of stone softens, and for a few brief hours, the ancient and the modern blend together. Locals who find such bones rarely keep them. They believe they belong to the river, that they are pieces of its body temporarily revealed and best returned before the water comes back. They say the river calls for them, and when the flood rises it takes back what was never meant to stay dry. The bones disappear again, carried downstream, waiting for the next drought to expose them once more. The first humans who settled along the Amazon didn't see these bones as remnants of extinct species. They saw them as evidence of spirits and transformations. To them, the giant skulls and massive vertebrae were proof that the earth had once been populated by beings too large and powerful for the present world. Some were worshipped, others feared. The bones became sacred, used in ceremonies or kept as protection. Even now in remote communities you can find fossil fragments placed in doorways or near gardens to bless the soil. The people might not know the scientific age of what they hold, but they understand its weight, its connection to time beyond memory. What's remarkable is how the river itself seems to participate in this remembering. During floods, it erodes the banks where fossils lie buried, exposing them just enough to be seen. Then it deposits new layers of sediment on top, covering others for safekeeping. In this way, the river curates its own history, revealing a piece here, concealing another there. It doesn't preserve for eternity, it recycles. Bones dissolve into minerals that nourish the living. Calcium from a giant turtle shell might someday end up in the skeleton of a fish or the bark of a tree. The line between fossil and life is porous here. Everything is reused, revoiced, repurposed. Scientists studying these remains often describe a sense of humility in the process. The fossils aren't just old. They're ancient in a way that dwarfs human scale. Many date back 10, 20, even 30 million years. The Amazon itself, in its recognizable form, is young by comparison. The bones speak of landscapes that no longer exist, open wetlands where giant crocodiles lounged in the sun, shallow seas where rays and sharks once glided. When you hold one of those bones, you're holding part of a world that had no concept of forest yet, No canopy, no rivers as we know them. The bone's texture, dense and heavy, is the condensed memory of that vanished sea. Each fossil discovered becomes a clue in a puzzle that still isn't complete. The river's past is too fragmented, its records too scattered to piece together fully. Some fossils are so eroded that their original shape is barely discernible. Others are encased in rock so hard that removing them risks destruction. Many are simply gone, dissolved by the same water that once carried them. But every fragment matters. A single tooth can reveal diet. A joint can reveal movement. A shell's thickness can reveal climate. The story of the Amazon's evolution is not written in paragraphs. It's written in fragments, like notes from a melody half heard through water. When researchers take samples from these fossils, they often find chemical signatures that reveal the ancient environment, isotopes of oxygen and carbon that mark whether the creature lived in salt or fresh water, in warm or cool conditions. Some bones show sudden changes in composition, signs of rapid climate shifts or volcanic events. Others contain traces of minerals that formed only under high pressure, evidence of the tectonic forces that lifted the Andes. In a sense, every bone is a piece of planetary autobiography written in the slow handwriting of geology. Yet beyond the science, there's something visceral about the presence of these remains. The forest around them hums with life, dense and loud, while the bones themselves sit in silence. The contrast feels almost deliberate, the living chorus above and the quiet foundation below. When you touch a fossil, it's not just curiosity that moves through you, it's recognition. You're holding something that once felt the same air, drank the same water, endured the same sun, but in a world unrecognizable to ours. The connection is not sentimental but physical, like shaking hands across time. Some of the bones, especially those of large mammals and reptiles, have become calcified to the point of turning into stone. Their organic material replaced molecule by molecule with minerals from the surrounding sediment. The process, called permineralization, takes millions of years, and yet once complete, it's as if the creature traded flesh for permanence. What remains is both fragile and enduring, a skeleton that no longer belongs to biology but to the earth itself. When the river erodes these stones, it releases them slowly, like memories surfacing through dreams. Local guides who assist paleontologists often develop a kind of intuitive understanding of where to look. They don't use instruments or maps. They read the terrain, noticing the subtle differences in soil colour, the way certain plants grow in mineral-rich patches, or how the ground feels underfoot. Sometimes they'll stop suddenly, kneel, and brush away the top layer of mud to reveal a fragment of bone. They call this listening to the river. It's not superstition. It's sensitivity to patterns that outsiders rarely perceive. The forest speaks to those who've lived with it long enough to recognise its voices. In many ways, the work of unearthing fossils in the Amazon mirrors the way the river itself operates. Both processes are slow, methodical, and dependent on patience. You can't rush discovery here. The bones appear when they choose, not when demanded. The sediment yields them only when the conditions align, the right level of erosion, the right season, sometimes even the right phase of flooding. It's as if the river decides when its secrets can be shared. For those who wait long enough, the reward isn't just a find, but a conversation with time itself. The phrase "singing bones" has a scientific truth as well. Under certain conditions, when fossilized remains are struck lightly, or when water runs over their surfaces, they resonate. The vibration depends on density and composition, creating faint but distinct tones. Researchers have used these vibrations to identify fossil materials without damaging them. The bones literally respond to touch, each with its own frequency. It's not a song in the human sense, but it's sound nonetheless, the voice of mineral memory. The idea that the past can produce music, however subtle, feels fitting for a place where everything is alive, even stone. The deeper implication of these discoveries is that the Amazon story is not linear. It's cyclical, recursive, self-referencing. The bones we find today belong to creatures that lived in a world built on the bones of those before them. The process repeats endlessly, extinction feeding creation, death becoming foundation. The modern river carries particles of fossil dust downstream, blending them with new sediments that will, in time, become stone again. Future scientists, millions of years from now, might find traces of our own world embedded in those layers, plastic fibres, metal fragments, altered isotopes, and interpret them as we interpret these ancient remains. They too will be listening to the river's bones. There's something humbling in that thought. We often imagine the past as distant, unreachable, but the Amazon doesn't treat it that way. Here, time folds over itself. You can stand on the riverbank and hold in one hand a leaf that fell yesterday, and in the other a fossil that fell 100 centuries ago, both carried by the same current. The connection is immediate. The river links moments that human language would call separate eras. Its memory is continuous, not broken into before and after. Some researchers have suggested that the Amazon's remarkable biodiversity is itself a consequence of this deep memory. The constant flux of flooding and drying, the burial and revelation of old material, creates endless opportunities for adaptation. Fossils enrich the soil with minerals, old DNA informs new evolution, and the ghosts of extinct species shape the niches of the living. The bones don't just sing of what was lost, they guide what still exists. Every new mutation, every survival strategy, is a note added to the ongoing melody. In that sense, the river is both graveyard and cradle, carrying within it the ingredients of its own renewal. The fish that swim through its waters are swimming through dust of ancestors, the dissolved calcium of ancient shells, the molecules of forgotten forests. Life here is never separate from death. It's all part of one vast continuum of transformation. The bones remind us of that. They are proof that nothing truly ends. It only changes its form, hardens, dissolves, and returns. At night, when the moonlight glances off the water and the surface reflects the stars, the bones beneath lie unseen, their shapes hidden by darkness and depth. But they're there, beneath every ripple, every current. They're part of the architecture of the riverbed, part of its sound and flow. When the current shifts, it drags across them, creating a faint vibration that can travel for kilometres. Some divers have reported hearing low, droning tones deep under the water. Not mechanical, not animal, but something in between. Perhaps it's the river itself. The chorus of all its bones singing together, a sound too deep for words but too real to ignore. When morning comes, the world moves on, oblivious to the music beneath. Birds call, insects hum, boats pass by, and the river looks unchanged. But if you listen long enough, if you stand still and feel the vibration of the ground through your feet, you might sense it. The slow resonance of time moving through matter, the faint hum of what endures. The singing bones of the river don't ask to be heard. They simply exist, reminders that everything that has ever lived here is still part of the current. The song doesn't end. It just moves from form to form, carried endlessly downstream. The giants of the Amazon aren't always the ones that cast shadows. Some are too small for the eye to register, too ancient for the mind to grasp, and yet they hold more power over this river than any Cayman or Arapaima ever could. The true architects of life here are invisible, existing in the smallest scales of existence, shaping the balance of everything above them. They are the microbes, the unseen multitudes that live in the mud, in the water, in the roots of trees, and in the bodies of every creature that moves through the basin. They have no bones, no eyes, no names in the languages of the forest, but without them the Amazon would stop breathing within days. If you were to scoop a single handful of river water and look at it through a microscope, you'd find a universe. Millions of organisms move in every direction: bacteria, algae, protozoa, microscopic fungi, each fulfilling a purpose no larger creature could replicate. Some float freely, feeding on sunlight. Others cling to particles of silt, digesting what the current brings. Many spend their entire existence in darkness, buried in the thick sediment where oxygen is scarce, thriving in the chemical gradients of decay. Together they form the living machinery of the Amazon, the unseen system that recycles death into life. It's easy to overlook them because they don't demand attention. There are no sudden movements, no glowing eyes, no roar, but their impact reaches everywhere. When a leaf falls into the water, it's the microbes that break it down, releasing carbon and nutrients back into the current. When an animal dies, they dismantle it completely, transforming flesh and bone into the raw materials of new life. Even the smell of the river, that thick organic scent of damp earth and growth, comes from their respiration, the byproduct of billions of tiny lives doing their work. The Amazon is not one ecosystem, but countless ones nested within each other, and the smallest of them drives them all. These microscopic giants have been here since long before the river had a name. Long before trees, even before fish, when the Earth's air was still thick with carbon dioxide and the oceans were tinted green with algae. They were the first to make oxygen, to build the atmosphere that everything else depends on. In a sense, all complex life is their offspring. They laid the foundation for the living world and never stopped maintaining it. The Amazon, vast as it is, functions as a continuation of that ancient project, a breathing monument to microbial persistence. Scientists who study the river's microbiome describe it as a shifting mosaic of life that changes from season to season. During the floods, when the forest floor disappears underwater, new communities bloom. Microbes that live on tree bark or leaves suddenly find themselves underwater, adapting instantly, feeding on the new flow of organic material. When the water recedes, others take over, soil bacteria that break down what the floods leave behind. This constant exchange keeps the Amazon's cycle of growth and decay perfectly balanced. It's an invisible choreography, one that no human eye could follow, but that every living thing depends upon. In the deep mud of the riverbed, where sunlight never reaches, other microbes work in near silence. These are the anaerobes, organisms that survive without oxygen, feeding on the chemical leftovers of decomposition. They release gases that rise to the surface in slow bubbles, the faint breath of the earth itself. Some of these gases are greenhouse compounds, others are vital to nutrient cycles. In laboratories, scientists study these emissions to understand how much carbon the Amazon stores and how much it releases. It turns out that even the invisible can alter the entire planet's climate. The microbe's collective metabolism drives a chemical economy that sustains not just the forest, but the global balance of air and temperature. Each handful of river mud contains more genetic information than all the libraries of human civilization combined. Within it lie enzymes that can digest toxins, microbes that can survive boiling temperatures, and species that can generate electricity through chemical exchange. Many of these have no known relatives. Some are so different from anything previously identified that they challenge our understanding of what life can be. The Amazon is not just a refuge for large species, it's a frontier of microscopic discovery. To explore it is to peer into the foundations of biology itself, a reminder that complexity begins where visibility ends. The roots of Amazonian trees host their own hidden giants, networks of fungi known as mycorrhizae. These filaments connect one tree to another underground, creating a kind of living web that exchanges nutrients and information. Through these fungal threads, trees share water during droughts, transfer carbon, and even send chemical signals that trigger defense responses when one of them is attacked. The forest, in this sense, behaves as a single organism, its communication system buried beneath the soil. Without these microscopic partners, even the mightiest trees would wither. The fungi extend their reach into the mineral layers of the earth, dissolving rock and feeding the forest from below. They are the lungs behind the lungs, the silent giants holding the canopy upright. The same hidden intelligence exists in the river itself. Plankton, the drifting communities of microscopic algae and tiny animals, form the base of the aquatic food web. Every fish, from the smallest tetra to the massive arapaima, ultimately depends on them. When the floods come, nutrients from decomposing plants feed the plankton, which multiply rapidly, turning the water a faint shade of green or brown. This explosion of life supports billions of fish eggs, larvae, and invertebrates. Then, when the water clears, many of the plankton die off, falling to the bottom as organic rain. Their remains feed the bacteria below, closing the loop. The Amazon's heartbeat can be measured in these cycles, invisible pulses of growth and decay repeated endlessly. There's a particular kind of bacteria that fascinates researchers, the ones capable of fixing nitrogen from the air into a form plants can use. They live in the roots of aquatic vegetation, in the mud, even on the surfaces of leaves that dip into the river. Without them, the forest would starve. Nitrogen is essential for life, and yet it's inaccessible to most organisms in its gaseous form. These invisible giants turn it into nourishment, feeding the entire ecosystem from the bottom up. Its work as vital as any performed by the river's larger inhabitants, though done without noise or notice. Under certain conditions, these microorganisms glow faintly. In the still waters of back channels, where decomposition slows and nutrients build up, you can sometimes see a faint shimmer when the water is disturbed. A ghostly bioluminescence that ripples outward from a paddle or a fish's fin. It's rare, subtle, and often mistaken for reflection, but it's real, the light of microbes releasing energy. For a brief moment, the invisible becomes visible, a reminder that the river is alive at every scale. Those flashes are the smallest echoes of the great unseen power that runs the Amazon's metabolism. Microbes also preserve memory in a way no other life form can. They adapt within hours, passing genetic information through exchange rather than an inheritance alone. When the environment changes or when floods come earlier, when temperatures rise, they adjust instantly. Some form spores that can survive decades of dormancy, waiting for the right moment to awaken. Others mutate, evolving in real time. The flexibility of these microscopic giants is what keeps the Amazon stable despite constant upheaval. They are its resilience embodied, the living archive of survival strategies written at molecular level. The sheer scale of microbial life here is beyond comprehension. A single cubic centimetre of soil can contain 1 billion organisms. Across the basin, the numbers multiply into astronomical figures. Each one consumes, produces, interacts. A constant flow of matter and energy invisible to us, but fundamental to everything we see. It's not an exaggeration to say that without them, the river would die within weeks. Oxygen would drop, waste would build up, decomposition would halt, the water would stagnate, the forest would choke, and the great cycle of life would grind to a stop. The giants we can't see are the ones that hold everything together. For the indigenous people who have lived here for millennia, this understanding has always existed in another form. They speak of the spirit breath of the river, an invisible life force that moves through everything. It's said to live in the soil, in the mist, in the decay of fallen leaves. It connects all living beings, human and non-human alike. When a tree dies, its spirit doesn't end. It becomes part of the river's breath, entering new forms. In a way, that's exactly what the microbes do. They take what's gone and make it live again. The spiritual language and the scientific description point to the same truth, that the smallest forms of life are also the most enduring. Researchers studying the Amazon's microbiome often say that it behaves like an organism with moods. When oxygen levels drop, certain microbes become more active, producing chemicals that balance acidity. When pollutants enter the system, others rise to counter them, breaking down toxins through metabolism. It's a kind of biochemical intelligence, not conscious in any human sense, but efficient, adaptive, and self-correcting. The river protects itself through its invisible inhabitants. They sense imbalance and respond long before any visible change occurs. In a way, they are the river's immune system, constantly fighting to maintain equilibrium. In the most remote parts of the basin, there are microbial communities that have never been disturbed by human activity. Samples taken from isolated oxbow lakes and peat swamps reveal genetic sequences unknown anywhere else on Earth. Some of these microbes produce compounds with potential medical value. Antibiotics, enzymes, molecules that could dissolve plastics or neutralize greenhouse gases. Each discovery expands the boundary of what life can do. The Amazon's smallest residents might one day help solve problems far beyond its borders, but they also remind us how much remains undiscovered, how much knowledge is buried in plain sight, waiting in a single drop of water. The more scientists learn about these invisible giants, the more the idea of individuality begins to blur. A single organism in the Amazon is never truly alone. Every fish, every tree, every insect carries a microscopic entourage. Bacteria living in their guts, on their skin, within their cells. These symbiotic relationships are ancient and essential. The Arapaima's scales, for instance, host specific microbial colonies that protect against infection. The black caiman's mouth harbours bacteria that prevent parasites. Even humans who live near the river carry microbes shaped by its environment, forming part of the same extended system. The giants you can't see are not just in the river, they are within all of us. When you begin to think of the Amazon this way, as a vast network of microscopic cooperation, the scale of its intelligence becomes overwhelming. It's not the intelligence of planning or design, but of process. Every exchange of molecules, every shift in chemical balance, is a decision made by millions of tiny lives acting together. They don't think, they react. But collectively, their reactions form the self-regulating system that keeps the river alive. The idea that something so immense can depend on organisms so small is both humbling and strangely comforting. It suggests that complexity doesn't require size, only connection. During the dry season, when the water level drops and parts of the riverbed are exposed, you can smell the work of these giants. The scent of earth and decay rising in waves is the smell of microbial life consuming and transforming matter. If you listen closely, you can even hear faint crackling sounds in the mud, gas bubbles escaping as bacteria finish their work. It's the sound of metabolism scaled up to a planetary level, a quiet reminder that even in apparent stillness life is relentless. When the rains return and the floodwaters rise again, all that invisible labour pays off. The nutrients released by decay feed plankton blooms, fish spawn, and the forest bursts into renewed growth. The cycle closes seamlessly, as it has for millions of years. The giants vanish from sight again, content to remain unnamed, continuing their work in the dark. If there's a lesson in their existence, it's that power doesn't always announce itself. The giants you can't see don't roar, don't strike, don't dominate, they simply persist. They outlast drought, heat, pollution, even time. Long after the last caiman has vanished and the forest has changed beyond recognition, they will still be here, in the mud, in the air, in the water, dividing, combining, rebuilding. The Amazon belongs to them as much as it belongs to the trees or the rain. It always has. And when night falls again, and the river grows quiet except for the hum of insects and the slow rhythm of water against roots, those invisible giants keep working. You can't see them, but they're everywhere, in every ripple, every scent, every breath of the forest. They are the pulse beneath the pulse, the architects beneath the architects, the life that makes all other life possible. The river doesn't need to acknowledge them. It simply continues alive because they are, endless because they never stop. The rain begins the way most things do here, quietly, almost without warning. a faint shift in the air, a pressure change that you can feel before the first drop lands. The wind pauses, the insects go silent, and then, as if the entire forest exhales at once, the sound begins. It isn't the gentle drizzle of temperate climates, but a constant, dense percussion that fills every space. Each leaf becomes an instrument, each surface a drum. Within minutes, the ground that was dry turns to a shallow mirror, and the river begins to rise. The Amazon doesn't just receive rain, it becomes rain. Its trees pulling moisture from the ground and returning it to the air in vapour, feeding the same clouds that will soon fall again. The cycle here isn't linear, it's circular, self-sustaining and endless. Rain in the Amazon is more than weather, it's memory. Every drop carries the history of its own evaporation, the breath of plants, the sweat of animals, the exhalation of the river itself. The water that falls has already passed through countless lives. It has been absorbed, filtered, consumed, and released again, carrying with it microscopic traces of the world it touches. When you stand in the rain here, you're standing inside a living system recycling itself in real time. The forest drinks and exhales, the river swells and retreats, and in that rhythm lies the secret to the Amazon's endurance. For those who live along the river, the arrival of rain is less a surprise than a visitation. It dictates everything: when to plant, when to fish, when to travel, when to stay. The first storms mark a kind of resurrection, when what seemed dry and dormant awakens again. Seeds that have waited for months beneath cracked earth burst open overnight. Ants rebuild their colonies, frogs call from puddles that didn't exist the day before, and vines shoot upward as if racing to catch up with lost time. The transformation is so complete that it feels less like change and more like remembering. The forest reassembling itself according to a pattern it never forgot. The floods that follow are not disasters but renewals. The water spreads over the floodplain, swallowing roads, fields and forests until it becomes impossible to tell where land ends and river begins. Trees that once stood on solid ground find their roots submerged. Yet instead of drowning, they adapt. Some species develop aerial roots that breathe air. Others release fruits directly into the water, trusting fish to eat and spread their seeds. Entire ecosystems emerge above the flood. Fish feeding on fruit, monkeys dropping leftovers into the current, turtles laying eggs on newly formed islands. The flood is not an interruption. It's part of the river's pulse, the inhalation of a living world that needs to overflow to stay alive. The timing of rainfall is so precise it feels deliberate. Scientists have found that the forest itself helps create its own weather. Trees release moisture through transpiration, seeding clouds that later return the favour as rain. When deforestation disrupts this process, the cycle falters and the climate shifts. But in the untouched parts of the basin, the system operates with self-sustaining logic. The rain falls where it is needed because the forest asks for it. In this way, the Amazon regulates itself, maintaining balance through a dialogue between water and life. Rain also serves as a great equalizer. It erases boundaries. The footprints of humans, animals, and time itself vanish under the downpour. Trails disappear, scents dissolve, and the forest resets. For a few hours, everything is new again, washed clean of evidence and history. What was predator and prey yesterday stands equal now under the same falling water. When the rain finally stops, the world smells different, sharper, alive, charged with ions that make the air taste metallic. It's not just clean, it's renewed. There are creatures that wait all year for this moment. Certain fish, known locally as tambaki and paku, rely on the flood to reach the fruiting trees. As soon as the waters rise, they swim into the forest, navigating between trunks and branches, feeding on the fallen fruit. Their bodies digest the pulp and carry the seeds far from the parent tree, depositing them in new locations when the water recedes. Without these migrations, many tree species would never spread beyond a few meters. The rain, through its partnership with these fish, becomes a tool of creation, reshaping the forest's architecture every year. Even the smallest organisms follow this rhythm. Insects emerge in clouds, their life cycles timed to the season. Some live only a few days, their purpose completed as soon as they lay eggs in the wet soil. Others feed the birds and fish that depend on the abundance. The burst of life is brief but overwhelming, a surge that ensures survival through excess. Every species knows its cue, and when the first rains fall, the entire system responds as if guided by an unseen conductor. There is also death in the rain. The floods claim lives. Animals caught in rising water, nests destroyed, roots torn from softened soil. Yet even this destruction feeds the system. The bodies decompose quickly in the heat, feeding bacteria and fungi that return nutrients to the water. In a few weeks, what was lost becomes part of the next generation's growth. The river doesn't distinguish between decay and birth. It treats both as steps in the same process. The people who live along the floodplain have adapted to this rhythm as much as any species. Their houses stand on stilts, their boats tied to the same posts that serve as doorsteps during the dry season. They measure time not by months, but by the height of the water. They know the difference between a good flood and a bad one, between life-giving overflow and destructive surge. For them, rain is not a background event, but a living force to be respected, even negotiated with. Some still hold small ceremonies at the start of the rainy season, offerings to the spirits of water, a way of acknowledging dependence rather than control. For scientists studying the Amazon, rainfall is both a blessing and a challenge. It nourishes life but complicates research. Equipment rusts, notes dissolve, tracks disappear overnight. Yet every drop carries data, information about chemistry, pollution, and temperature. Collecting rainwater samples from different parts of the basin reveals the interconnectedness of the system. Even regions hundreds of kilometers apart share the same molecular fingerprints, proof that the forest's own moisture recycles over and over before ever reaching the sea. Some of the water falling now once fell years ago, evaporated, travelled, and returned. It's resurrection in physical form. When you think of the Amazon's floods as resurrection rather than disaster, the logic of the system becomes clear. The water doesn't destroy, it redistributes. It relocates nutrients from the mountains to the plains, from the plains to the ocean, and from the ocean back again through evaporation. Every flood is an act of rebalancing, ensuring that no part of the basin remains stagnant for too long. The forest depends on disturbance as much as it depends on stability. The rain gives both in equal measure. During especially heavy seasons, the flood can cover areas larger than the entire countries. The transformation is so complete that animals must relearn their surroundings. Jaguars swim between islands, snakes climb higher into the trees, and birds change their hunting habits. Even species that live entirely in water adjust to the new geography. The electric eel, for instance, thrives during the floods, using the conductive water to amplify its electrical sense and locate prey hidden among roots. Its world expands with every inch of rainfall. For the eel, as for so many others, resurrection is not metaphorical, it's survival. Some years the rains come late and everything holds its breath. The soil cracks, the air thickens, and even the river seems to hesitate. Fish crowd into shrinking pools, trees drop leaves to conserve water, and insects vanish into dormancy. Then, when the first storm finally breaks, the response is immediate and overwhelming. Frogs emerge in thousands, calling from every direction at once, their voices merging into a continuous roar. Seeds that have lain dormant for months sprout within hours. It's as if the entire basin has been waiting for a single signal, and when it comes, nothing hesitates. The forest resurrects itself not gradually but explosively, like a system rebooting. This pattern is ancient. Long before humans arrived, the rhythm of rainfall and flood-shaped evolution here. Species learned to time reproduction, migration and growth to its cycles. fish that breed only during floods, plants that germinate only after submersion. Each adaptation is a form of memory encoded over generations. Even the microorganisms respond to the shift, changing their communities in anticipation. The forest doesn't just react to rain, it expects it. The entire ecosystem carries the memory of water in its biology. At night, during the height of the rainy season, the world changes again. The darkness feels thicker, the air charged. Lightning flashes across the horizon, illuminating the waterlogged canopy in stark white light. The thunder rolls for miles, echoing through the basin. The sound doesn't frighten the animals, it organizes them. The frogs call louder, the insects synchronize, the nocturnal mammals move with new energy. Each storm is both a disruption and a renewal, clearing the air, feeding the soil, resetting the rhythm. In the morning after a heavy storm, the forest glows. The trunks shine with moisture, the leaves drip steadily, and the air feels clean. The river runs higher, carrying debris, branches, seeds, entire trees, toward the ocean. What looks like chaos is actually transportation. The rain redistributes the forest itself, sending its parts downstream to start again elsewhere. Even erosion, often seen as destruction, becomes creation here. New channels form, new habitats open, new connections appear. The Amazon never repeats itself exactly. Each flood season writes a slightly different version of the same story. There's a kind of patience in this process. The river doesn't rush to rebuild after the dry months. It lets the rain work slowly, soaking into the ground, recharging aquifers, softening roots. The resurrection of the forest is methodical, guided by chemistry and time rather than urgency. Humans tend to see rain as an event, a beginning and an end. The Amazon doesn't. It sees it as continuity, one stage in a loop that never really stops. Sometimes, when the rain falls for days without pause, the sky and river merge. The horizon disappears and the world becomes entirely water. It's disorienting but also strangely peaceful. In those moments, it's easy to imagine that the forest remembers its time as ocean, that the rain is not just weather but recollection, a return to the element that gave it birth. The line between past and present dissolves, and the river breathes in rhythm with the clouds. When the rains finally subside, leaving behind a cleaner, fuller world, traces of resurrection remain everywhere. The scent of damp soil lingers, the hum of insects rises again, and new growth appears in places that were bare weeks before. The river begins to retreat slowly, its edges shrinking, its surface calm. But even as the water leaves, it deposits gifts, nutrient-rich silt, seeds, and the memory of renewal. What follows is not an end, but preparation for the next cycle. The forest continues its quiet work, storing sunlight, building strength, waiting for the next resurrection. And so the Amazon lives by the pulse of its own storms. Rainfall is its heartbeat, resurrection its breath. Each drop that falls carries the echo of countless others before it, the promise that what dies will return, transformed but unbroken. The river, the forest, the air, all parts of the same endless exchange. When you listen long enough, you begin to hear it. Not the chaos of rain, but the rhythm beneath it, steady, patient, eternal. The water of the Amazon is not clear. It never pretends to be. It carries too much memory for transparency, too many stories dissolved in its flow. It is brown, thick, and shifting, filled with sediment from mountains thousands of kilometers away. To look into it is to look into history itself, not in reflection, but in suspension. Everything that has lived, decayed, or been reborn here exists in fragments drifting through that murk. This is not the kind of water that reveals, it conceals. And yet, within its opacity, life thrives in ways the surface can't comprehend. The creatures that live here don't need light to navigate. They listen, feel, and sense their way through a world that's hidden, a world that dreams beneath the eyes of those who pass above. In the shallows near the banks where roots twist like submerged veins, fish dart between shafts of dim light. Their bodies shimmer briefly and vanish again into the gloom. Deeper down, where even that faint light disappears, the world changes entirely. Sight becomes useless, and other senses take over. Electric fields replace vision, vibrations replace sound. Every movement becomes information. To survive here is to read the river's body without seeing it. The creatures that can do so have evolved abilities that seem almost supernatural. Not imagination, but adaptation born from necessity. The black water of the Amazon, coloured by tannins from decaying leaves, filters sunlight until it becomes a soft amber haze. In some places it's so dark that even at midday it feels like night underwater. Yet these waters are full of life. There are fish that navigate by generating electric pulses, building a mental map from the way those signals bounce off obstacles. Some species use those same pulses to communicate, sending rhythmic patterns through the water that can travel meters without distortion. A single electric fish might carry on an entire conversation in total darkness, its messages inaudible to anything that doesn't share its language. Among these hidden talkers, the electric eel is the most famous. It doesn't see the way we do, but it knows everything within its reach. Its body produces electricity powerful enough to stun prey, yet it also uses smaller discharges to sense the shapes and textures of its surroundings. Scientists studying them compare it to reading a book with one's fingertips. The eel feels the world in detail, the density of mud, the rhythm of current, even the pulse of other animals nearby. In the murky water, that sense becomes vision in another form. Every movement writes a line in the eel's perception, a text constantly updated and erased by the flow. Then there are the catfish, creatures built for touch and taste rather than sight. Their bodies are covered in sensory cells that detect the faintest chemical traces. A catfish can find food buried under layers of sediment by following invisible trails left by decay. It tastes the river through its skin, its whiskers brushing along the bottom, translating texture into direction. Some grow to immense size, feeding on whatever the current brings, fallen fruit, smaller fish, even carrion. Others live their entire lives in miniature, hidden among roots, their worlds measured in inches rather than miles. Each exists perfectly attuned to its niche, a specialist in surviving in darkness. The Amazon's dolphins, too, belong to this realm of unseen navigation. The pink river dolphins move through the murky channels with an ease that defies comprehension. Their echolocation clicks bounce through the thick water, mapping the world in echoes. To them, the river is not a mystery but a detailed landscape of sound. They can sense the shape of a submerged log, the heartbeat of a nearby fish, even the curve of the current itself. Their brains process these sonic reflections faster than any human eye could interpret light. They are dreamers in motion, swimming through a reality built entirely from reverberations. For the human eye, this world is nearly invisible. Divers describe it as entering another dimension, one where time slows and direction disappears. The water swallows light, and within seconds, even the most powerful lamps fade into fog. You begin to understand how vision, something we take for granted, is useless here. Instead, you start to listen differently. You hear the small cracks of snapping shrimp, the low hum of distant fish, the constant whisper of sand moving along the bottom. Everything speaks here, but in frequencies we weren't designed to hear. It's in this darkness that the Amazon dreams, not metaphorically but literally. The ecosystem functions like a sleeping brain, processing, sorting and rebuilding in the hidden hours beneath the surface. Organic matter drifts down like falling thoughts, settling into layers of mud where microbes digest and recycle it. Nutrients are released slowly, fueling new growth that rises toward the light above. The process never stops. It's as if the river is constantly dreaming itself back into being, remembering what it was through the act of renewal. There's a reason scientists call these waters productive. Despite their murkiness, they generate more life per square metre than almost any ecosystem on Earth. The darkness doesn't hinder creation, it concentrates it. Light is a distraction in the Amazon's depths. Here, energy comes from within, from the chemistry of decay, from the slow exchange between life and death. The creatures that thrive here don't need vision, they need sensitivity, the ability to detect the smallest shifts in temperature, pressure, or current. They live by intuition, an instinct so refined it resembles thought. Some of these organisms blur the boundary between plant and animal. There are photosynthetic bacteria that can survive without sunlight for weeks, storing energy from past exposure like a memory. There are tiny crustaceans that feed on bacterial colonies, moving in slow spirals through the gloom. There are worms that glow faintly, their bodies bioluminescent in shades of blue and green. When disturbed, they release clouds of light that swirl through the water like drifting stars. For a few seconds, the murk becomes a night sky turned upside down, a galaxy built from life rather than fire. Then the light fades, leaving only darkness again. The deeper layers of the river are colder, older, and quieter. Here, time slows. Sediment accumulates so gradually that a single centimetre might represent centuries. Bones sink and vanish into the soft mud, preserved by lack of oxygen. The creatures that live here move rarely, conserving energy. Some may go weeks without eating, waiting for a faint vibration, the signal of prey above. Others are scavengers, cleaning the floor of the river with unhurried patience. These depths are the river's subconscious, where everything forgotten collects, stored for future transformation. It's tempting to think of the Amazon's murk as a veil, something that hides truth. But the opposite is more accurate. The murk is truth, the evidence of motion, erosion, and life interwoven. The water's colour comes from the land itself, from minerals, decayed leaves, and microscopic life. The opacity is proof of activity, not absence. The river doesn't need clarity to be alive, it needs mixture. Transparency would mean emptiness. The brown water means it's working, that the system is circulating its own essence. The animals that live in this darkness have evolved in ways that defy simplicity. Many fish change colour depending on water depth, becoming paler or darker to match their surroundings. Some have eyes that point upward to catch stray beams of light, while others have lost eyes entirely, growing sensory pits instead. There are even species that alter their behaviour with the phases of the moon, sensing the faint change in reflected light even through thick clouds. The precision of these adaptations suggests awareness, not of form but of pattern, an intelligence distributed through evolution rather than consciousness. At night, the surface world and the submerged one merge. Bats skim the water, catching insects that hover above. Frogs cling to floating plants, calling into the mist. Fish leap for prey that falls from overhanging branches. The boundary between air and water blurs until it's hard to say where one ends and the other begins. The river becomes an entire ecosystem in motion, a single body shifting between breathing and dreaming. There are moments when the river feels sentient, not in the human sense of thought, but in its responsiveness. Drop a stone, and within seconds the ripples set off a chain of reactions. Fish scatter, sediment stirs, microorganisms adjust. The entire system feels the disturbance and compensates. Nothing here happens in isolation. The murky water connects everything, carrying signals invisible to us but constant to those who live within it. To exist here is to participate in the dream, to be part of an unbroken conversation between matter and movement. Researchers studying these murky depths have discovered that even sound behaves differently here. Because the water is dense with particles, low-frequency vibrations travel farther than high ones. Some species exploit this, producing deep, resonant sounds that can carry for kilometres. Others generate ultrasonic clicks, heard only by specific mates or kin. The Amazon is not silent, it's symphonic, but in frequencies outside our hearing. Hydrophones reveal a constant hum, a chorus of fish, insects, and even plants releasing gas bubbles from their tissues. To listen to that recording is to eavesdrop on the river's dream, a world speaking to itself in code. The murky water also holds stories of change. As the climate warms and rainfall patterns shift, the chemistry of the river changes too. Oxygen levels fluctuate, algae blooms increase, and species move to new depths. The dream is restless, disturbed by new variables introduced by human activity. Yet for now it continues. Life adapts, as it always has, finding new ways to endure in the half-light. Even pollution becomes part of the narrative. New microbes evolve to digest it. New relationships form. The system resists collapse not by staying the same, but by transforming constantly. For those who live along its banks, the river's opacity is not a problem to be solved, but a condition to be respected. Fishermen speak of the water as alive, aware, capable of moods. They know that after heavy rain, visibility drops and fish move differently. They sense that the river's colour predicts its temperament. Darker means slower currents, clearer means danger near rapids. Their understanding is empirical, born of centuries of observation. They don't need instruments. They read the water the way others read sky or soil. For them, the murk is not mystery, but knowledge written in motion. Sometimes, when the floodwaters recede and the shallows dry, the river leaves behind pools isolated from the main current. In these temporary worlds, trapped fish and amphibians continue their lives for weeks until the water evaporates completely. The conditions grow harsh, oxygen drops, temperature rises, and yet life persists. Some fish breathe air, others burrow into mud, entering a suspended state until the next rain returns. Scientists call this estivation, a kind of biological sleep. In the murky water, everything knows how to wait. The dream doesn't end. It pauses, saving itself for the right moment to awaken again. The concept of sleep appears over and over in the river's rhythm. The forest sleeps between floods, the fish sleep in dry season, the microbes sleep inside silt. Each awakening is a continuation, not a beginning. The murk holds them all together, the repository of unfinished processes. When the rain comes and the water rises again, the dream resumes seamlessly. Nothing forgets where it left off. The Amazon is the most efficient memory system on Earth, because nothing here truly dies. It just changes state, waiting for its next form. If you stand at the edge of the water at dusk and watch the surface long enough, you begin to notice movements that defy explanation. Ripples appear where nothing seems to break the water. Small waves cross paths without wind. Shapes seem to form just beneath the surface. Maybe fish, maybe reflections, maybe something imagined. The mind, faced with uncertainty, fills in what it can't see. That's why the Amazon has always been a place of stories, of creatures that blur the line between real and imagined. The darkness invites invention, but that invention grows from truth. There are always things moving in the murk that science hasn't named yet. The unknown is not absence, it's abundance. And so the river continues to dream, its surface calm but its depths alive with motion. The murky water hides and reveals, confuses and clarifies, depending on how you choose to look. For those who depend on it, it's not frightening, it's familiar. The pulse beneath their days, the constant background hum of existence. The Amazon doesn't need light to live. It only needs movement, patience and memory. The dream never ends. It simply flows on, carrying everything that was and everything that will be through its endless, unseen currents. The story of the Amazon is often told as if humanity arrived late, like a visitor to a place already complete. But the truth is that people have been part of this river's rhythm for longer than most realise. The human footprint here is ancient, woven into the mud and memory of the water itself. The marks may not always look like civilization as we imagine it. No stone monuments or grand cities. Yet the evidence of human presence lies everywhere. In the dark earth of forgotten gardens, in the shape of the river's banks, even in the species that live here today. The Amazon has never been untouched. It has been lived in, shaped, and understood for millennia. The first humans to arrive in this basin came not as conquerors but as participants. They learned quickly that survival depended on cooperation with the river's moods. The water could not be forced, the forest could not be cleared without consequence. Instead, people adapted themselves to the cycles already in motion, the floods, the droughts, the migrations of fish, the fruiting of trees. They moved with the river rather than against it, becoming another one of its many species. Over thousands of years, they built knowledge that was less about ownership and more about rhythm. They didn't dominate the ecosystem, they tuned themselves to it. In places where the forest opens into clearings, archaeologists have found patches of soil that are black and unusually fertile. These patches, known as terra preta, literally black earth, are one of the clearest signs of ancient human influence. Created through the deliberate addition of charcoal, bone, and organic waste, these soils remain productive for centuries. They hold nutrients that normal Amazonian soil would lose within months. Modern scientists still don't fully understand how this process worked, but the results are undeniable. Terra preta is proof that early inhabitants didn't just live with the forest, they improved it. They engineered the soil to last, ensuring that their gardens would sustain generation after generation. That ancient innovation changed the river's ecology in subtle ways that persist even now. Plants that once grew only near human settlements spread widely thanks to the nutrient-rich soil left behind. Certain fruit trees became more abundant near old habitation sites, indicating selective cultivation. In a sense, these long-vanished communities helped design the modern Amazon. The forest we see today is not purely wild, it is part artifact, a living record of human care embedded in its DNA. The vines, the canopy, the diversity, all carry traces of those forgotten gardeners. Travellers who first documented the Amazon centuries ago often wrote about vast cities hidden within the forest, places that seemed impossible to exist so far from the sea. For a long time, these stories were dismissed as myth, fantasies born from heat and isolation, but recent discoveries have begun to confirm what those old reports hinted at. Beneath the canopy, buried under centuries of soil and roots, are the remnants of networks far larger than anyone imagined. Earthworks, canals, roads, and raised fields stretching for kilometres. Satellite images have revealed geometric patterns carved into the ground, some forming circles, others rectangles or complex spirals. These shapes were not accidents. They were planned landscapes, evidence of communities large enough to require coordination, governance, and shared purpose. The people who built them did so without stone or metal tools. They used earth, wood, and fire, materials abundant and renewable. They constructed causeways to connect settlements during the floods, allowing travel even when the land disappeared underwater. They dug fish ponds that still function, designed to fill and drain naturally with the river's pulse. These were not simple societies. They were civilizations adapted perfectly to their environment, civilizations that left behind no monuments, but left the river itself changed. Their knowledge of the land and water was deep enough to make permanence unnecessary. The forest became their legacy. Even after these ancient cultures declined, their influence endured. Some of the crops they domesticated, cassava, cacao, peanuts, and certain varieties of beans, spread across the world. Every time someone eats chocolate or drinks a cup of coffee, they are partaking in the heritage of the Amazon's early farmers. The domestication of plants here was not random experimentation. It was a sustained partnership between humans and their ecosystem. Over generations, they selected traits that fit both the forest's needs and their own. The result was not control, but collaboration. Yet human history in the Amazon is not only one of harmony. There are scars here too, some recent, some old. The arrival of Europeans in the 16th century changed the river in ways that still reverberate. Diseases wiped out entire communities, leaving once thriving regions empty. The forest grew over abandoned fields, concealing evidence of what had been. The terra preta remained, the roads disappeared, and the memory of those who built them faded into myth. To outsiders, the Amazon came to seem pristine, untouched by civilization, a false story built on absence. In truth, what looked like wilderness was a graveyard of forgotten ingenuity. The colonization that followed brought new forms of extraction. Gold, rubber, timber. Each wave left a deeper imprint. Rivers were rerouted, forests cut, soil exhausted. The balance between people and environment that had held for millennia began to fracture. Yet even in the face of that disruption, the river adapted. It absorbed the waste, reshaped its channels and continued to flow. The human footprint deepened, but it did not erase the older rhythms. The ancient pulse of flood and drought, decay and rebirth continued beneath the surface, indifferent to empire or industry. Still, the changes were undeniable. By the 20th century, entire stretches of forest had been transformed. Settlements grew into cities. Dams rose across tributaries, blocking fish migrations that had persisted since prehistory. The sound of motors replaced the splash of paddles. The river's relationship with people shifted from cooperation to consumption. For the first time, humans acted not as one species among many, but as an external force pressing against the system. The Amazon's patience began to thin, yet even now traces of the older relationship persist. In the remote headwaters, small communities still live by the river's cycles. They fish only what they need, burn small clearings for gardens, and let the forest reclaim them after a few years. Their tools are simple, but their understanding is profound. They can predict floods by the behavior of insects, sense approaching storms by the smell of the air, and identify hundreds of plants with medicinal value. Their calendars follow the river's moods, not the divisions of the Gregorian year. For them, the concept of the human footprint is not separate from the Earth's own. It is one and the same. Anthropologists who study these groups often remark on their ecological intuition. It's not mysticism, it's observation passed through generations. They know that the river changes personality every few kilometres, that one bend can hold entirely different species than the next. They build their houses on slight rises, just high enough to stay above ordinary floods but low enough to remain near the water. They time their planting to the phase of the moon and the migration of certain birds. These practices may seem small, but together they represent a sophisticated environmental ethic, one that views humans not as masters of nature, but as participants in its flow. There is an irony in how modern science has come to rediscover this ancient wisdom. The same techniques that archaeologists use to map ancient sites, satellite imaging, soil chemistry, LiDAR scanning, also reveal the environmental engineering that sustained them. The canals, the terraces, the gardens all show a pattern of intentional design based on natural feedback. In effect, those early Amazonian cultures practiced sustainability on a scale that modern society still struggles to achieve. Their systems didn't exhaust the land, they improved it over time. The forest as we know it may owe its richness to their long stewardship. Today, the human footprint in the Amazon has grown heavier again. Logging roads carve lines through the forest, visible from space. Fires burn to clear land for pasture. The smoke drifts for hundreds of kilometres, turning the sky grey. The river carries the ash downstream, where it settles in the sediment. Another layer of history, another marker of human activity. Scientists studying river cores can already detect traces of these recent centuries. Industrial chemicals, soot particles, even microplastics. The Amazon remembers everything. It keeps a record, not in writing but in matter. There's a quiet continuity between the first farmers who enriched the soil and the modern communities trying to restore it. Projects to reintroduce terra preta techniques have begun in several regions, blending traditional knowledge with modern science. The process still works. Charcoal added to poor soil improves fertility, reduces emissions, and holds carbon for centuries. It's a rare case where looking backward may offer a path forward. The forest doesn't reject human intervention, it only resists imbalance. When people work with its logic, it responds generously. For the animals, the human presence is both disturbance and opportunity. Some species have adapted to human-altered landscapes, birds nesting on power lines, caimans resting near docks, fish feeding on agricultural runoff. Others retreat deeper into the forest, avoiding contact entirely. The river's ecology adjusts, sometimes painfully, sometimes creatively. There are stretches near towns where introduced species now dominate, outcompeting natives. In other areas, old species return after decades of absence, reclaiming spaces once lost. The river is resilient, but not infinite. It absorbs, transforms, remembers. At night, when the lights of small settlements flicker along the banks, their reflections shimmer across the current like constellations. The sound of generators hums in the background, mixing with the call of frogs and insects. It's a scene that feels both ancient and modern. The same river that carried canoes now carrying cargo barges, the same stars shining over satellite dishes. The human footprint is not a scar here so much as a signature, always rewritten but never fully erased. The challenge now is whether that footprint can become gentle again. The same ingenuity that built black earth and raised fields still exists. The knowledge of how to live with the river rather than against it is not lost. It lingers in stories, in practices, in the soil itself. The question is whether we choose to remember it. The Amazon doesn't need saving in the way people imagine. It needs understanding. It needs participation rather than conquest, humility rather than extraction. It needs humanity to see itself not as external, but as tributary, one current among many. Every civilization leaves traces in the water. Clay pots, broken tools, pollen, chemicals, all drift downstream, joining the collective sediment of history. Someday, perhaps thousands of years from now, the layers of this era will be studied by others. They will find the same signals we leave now: carbon spikes, traces of plastic, fragments of glass. They will read the story of our time in those sediments and wonder, as we do of those before us, what kind of people we were, whether we understood the river's song or mistook it for silence. The river doesn't judge, it absorbs, but it remembers. It carries every trace forward, blending past and present until they are indistinguishable. The human footprint in these ancient waters is neither triumph nor tragedy. It's a record of participation, sometimes graceful, sometimes destructive, always consequential. The question is not whether we've changed the Amazon. We have. The question is whether, like the ones who came before, we can learn again to let the river shape us in return. And as the night deepens and the rain begins again far upstream, the river swells, carrying the stories of humans and fish, of soil and fire, of life and decay. It moves as it always has, patient, unhurried, indifferent to ownership, yet filled with evidence of those who walked beside it. The water remembers every footprint, but it keeps moving, washing them into history, carrying them into the ocean, where all things eventually meet. The Amazon doesn't hold grudges, it holds everything. And in that act of holding, it forgives. There are moments when the Amazon seems to speak, not through words, but through sound. Low, rolling vibrations that travel through water, through the soil, sometimes even through the air itself. Most people never notice them. To the untrained ear, they're part of the background, the endless hum of insects, wind and current. But to those who have spent years listening, there is something else beneath it all, a layer of resonance that doesn't belong to the forest or the weather. The river has a voice, and it's older than language. Some call these sounds the whispers from the depths, though the word whisper doesn't quite capture them. They're too deep, too physical, more felt than heard. They move through you rather than toward you, like the slow exhale of the earth itself. In the stillest hours of night, when the air hangs heavy and the water's surface lies unbroken, these whispers seem to grow louder. Fishermen anchored far from shore tell stories of hearing what they describe as singing, a droning hum that rises and falls in pitch, stretching for minutes at a time. Some say it comes from beneath their boats, others from far away downriver, impossible to locate. The sound can be unsettling in its constancy, yet strangely calm, as though it belongs to something vast and alive that has always been there. Science, as it usually does, has explanations. Hydrophones placed in different parts of the Amazon have recorded an entire spectrum of underwater sounds, many of them produced by fish. Some species, especially catfish and drumfish, communicate by vibrating their swim bladders. These calls can carry over long distances, amplified by the dense water. To us they sound like low hums, sometimes almost mechanical. But to the fish, they are language, a way to establish territory, attract mates, or synchronize movement. The river, in that sense, is constantly talking to itself, a living soundscape woven from the frequencies of thousands of creatures. And yet, not all of the whispers fit known patterns. There are noises that defy identification, irregular pulses, deep tones that echo far beyond the range of any known animal. Researchers have captured them, analysed them, and compared them to seismic activity, to distant thunder, even to boat engines. None match exactly. The origin remains uncertain. Some speculate they might come from geological shifts, underground water movement, or interactions between temperature layers and pressure. Others think they may belong to species still undiscovered, creatures that live too deep or too sparsely to study. Whatever their source, the whispers remind us that the Amazon still holds secrets untouched by observation. Locals often describe the same phenomenon in more personal terms. They say the river sighs when the moon is full, that it groans before rain, that it hums when the spirits move. To them the sound is not a mystery to solve, but a presence to acknowledge. It's part of the relationship between people and water, a sign that the river is alive, responsive, aware of what passes through it. Fishermen take these sounds as omens. A deep, sustained tone means fish will rise soon. A sudden pulse means the current is shifting. The accuracy of these interpretations may vary, but the sensitivity behind them is real. Those who live by the river know how to listen. When modern researchers began to measure the Amazon's underwater acoustics, they were surprised by its density. In a single square kilometre, hydrophones picked up hundreds of overlapping signals, not just fish, but insects vibrating on the surface, the crackle of snapping crustaceans, and the faint pop of gas bubbles escaping from decomposing plants. To the unfiltered ear it would sound like static, but when isolated, patterns emerge. There are rhythms, repetitions, calls and responses. It's communication, not noise. The forest above and the river below are in constant dialogue, one layer of life feeding the other. The whispers change with the seasons. During the floods, when the forest is underwater, new sounds join the chorus. The fluttering of fish moving among roots, the hiss of rain hitting leaves now submerged, the creak of trees swaying under the weight of water. In the dry months the tones deepen, the resonance of confined channels amplifying the movements of large animals. The soundscape is alive, always shifting like breath. To study it is to listen to the pulse of the planet itself. But there's more to these whispers than biology. Sometimes they seem to reflect emotion, as if the river's mood could be translated through tone. After heavy storms, the sound grows restless, fragmented, layered with turbulence. In still weather, it becomes calm again, smooth and continuous. It's easy to anthropomorphize, to imagine intention behind the sound, but perhaps that's part of the human instinct, to find meaning in vibration, to treat resonance as language. The Amazon doesn't speak for us. It speaks because it must, because motion and sound are inseparable in a place that never stands still. The first time an explorer recorded the underwater hum of the Amazon was by accident. His boat's engine was off, his instruments quiet, and yet the microphone continued to register a low-frequency sound. It was so constant that he thought it was interference. Only later, when similar recordings came from hundreds of kilometers apart, did researchers realize it was real. They called it the biological background, a term too sterile for what it represents. It's not background at all, it's foreground, the invisible heartbeat of the ecosystem. Every fish, every insect, every movement contributes to it, blending into a continuous drone that holds the system together. Some of the whispers are produced by creatures that have yet to be described scientifically. Deep in the Blackwater tributaries, biologists have heard patterns too complex to belong to a single species, series of pulses that accelerate, pause and repeat in cycles, suggesting coordination among multiple individuals. These acoustic behaviours might represent social communication on a level we haven't recognised before. The fish, it seems, form networks of sound, mapping their environment and each other in ways far beyond our perception. The river is not just a space of competition, but of conversation. There's also the matter of the dolphin songs. Pink River dolphins emit an astonishing range of sounds, from clicks and chirps to prolonged whistles. Their communication has been studied for decades, yet much remains mysterious. Locals say the dolphins sing to the river itself, keeping it awake, guiding currents, calling rain. Some researchers have noted that their vocalizations increase during storms, as if responding to atmospheric pressure or thunder. The overlap between dolphin frequencies and the deeper hum of fish and geology creates layers of sound that no human can fully hear, an orchestra of life conducted by weather and time. In some parts of the Amazon, people have stories about times when the whispers turn into something else. Sudden silences that last for hours, as if the river is holding its breath. Hunters say that when this happens, it means something large is moving below, something that commands quiet. They describe moments when even the insects stop. The forest seems to freeze. Then, after a while, the sounds return, but different, cautious, subdued, as if remembering. It might be imagination, but it might also be the collective response of life to disturbance. The system knows when to pause, it knows when to listen. Geologists have their own version of the river's voice. Beneath the Amazon lies an aquifer, a vast underground reservoir of water that moves slowly through layers of rock and sand. As it shifts, it creates faint seismic vibrations. These are real whispers from the depths, pressure waves travelling through the crust, occasionally surfacing as tiny tremors or bubbling springs. Over millions of years, this hidden water has influenced the course of the river above, shaping its path, feeding its floods. The two are connected, surface and subterranean, speaking in different frequencies of the same language. Listening to the Amazon this way, as a network of overlapping sounds, changes the way you think about silence. There is no such thing here. Even when it seems still, there are layers of vibration too low or too subtle for human senses. The soil trembles with the movement of worms and roots. The air vibrates with the flap of insect wings. The water pulses with the pressure of unseen swimmers. What we call quiet is only absence of awareness. The whispers never stop. For those who study them, the challenge is not capturing the sounds but interpreting them. Some use artificial intelligence to identify species by their acoustic signatures. Others analyze the temporal patterns of the noises, trying to correlate them with behavior or environmental change. It's a new way of reading the river through sound instead of sight. As deforestation increases, the acoustic landscape changes too. In damaged areas, Recordings show fewer layers, less diversity of tone. The richness of the river's voice diminishes. To lose species here is to lose parts of the symphony, notes that may never return. Among locals, there's a belief that the river remembers voices, that every word spoken near it becomes part of its current. They say that if you talk to the water at night, it will answer, not immediately but in echoes days later, carried downstream. The elders tell stories of ancestors whose voices still linger in whirlpools and eddies, whispering advice to those who know how to listen. Whether taken as folklore or metaphor, the idea captures something essential. That sound, once released, never truly disappears. It transforms, travelling through air, through water, through time. Some nights, when the mist sits low and the horizon disappears, you can feel those whispers in your chest more than your ears. The vibration passes through bone and muscle, subtle but steady. It's a reminder that we are made of the same matter as the river: water, minerals, sound. The resonance aligns momentarily, and you sense connection, not in words but in frequency. The ancient ones who lived here understood this intuitively. They sang to the river not as performance but as participation, adding their voices to the current so it could carry them onward. The modern world, for all its technology, struggles to hear what they did. We measure, analyse, record, but we rarely listen. The difference is not capability, but intention. To truly hear the Amazon's whispers requires stillness, patience, and humility. It means recognizing that not all communication is directed at us, that some of the world's most profound voices exist outside our comprehension. The river doesn't speak to be understood. It speaks because that's what living systems do. They express existence through vibration. As night turns toward morning, the whispers shift again. The chorus of nocturnal creatures begins to fade, replaced by the calls of birds stirring in the canopy. The underwater hum softens, merging with the sound of rain beginning upstream. For a few minutes, everything overlaps. Water, wind, voices, memory, and then it resets. The cycle begins anew. The whispers don't end. They change frequency, moving into another part of the day's rhythm. The Amazon continues to speak, and whether we understand or not, it keeps telling the same story, that life here, at every scale, is in constant conversation with itself. The river's voice carries messages older than humanity, older than forest, older even than land. It speaks in pressure and vibration, in the friction between water and earth. It remembers everything that has passed through it, every movement, every death, every breath. And if you stand long enough in its presence, listening without expectation, you begin to realize that the whispers were never coming from beneath the surface. They were always all around you, inside you, the sound of life itself continuing, quiet but unstoppable, flowing endlessly from the depths toward whatever waits beyond. The jungle doesn't move quickly, but it never stops. It breathes in patterns so vast that a human life barely registers within them. The Amazon's pulse isn't measured in seconds or minutes, but in floods and droughts, in centuries of growth and collapse. Everything within it, from the smallest insect to the tallest tree, beats in rhythm with that unseen heart. It's not a metaphorical rhythm, it's literal. The forest inhales and exhales through chemistry, through temperature, through the movement of air and water. The pulse of the jungle is real, and though we can't hear it directly, we live inside it. To understand it, you have to let go of the idea that the forest is static. From the air, it looks motionless, an endless green surface stretching to the horizon. But within that green are billions of tiny movements happening all at once. Leaves opening and closing, roots expanding, flowers releasing pollen, animals shifting in the shadows. Each motion is part of a larger sequence, synchronized through cues we can barely perceive. The humidity rises, the pressure drops, the insects adjust their pitch, and the trees respond with a change in transpiration. The pulse begins there, in those invisible exchanges between air and leaf, water and soil. During the day, sunlight triggers the forest's respiration. The trees pull carbon dioxide from the air, releasing oxygen in return. It's a chemical rhythm, precise and constant. When night falls, the process reverses. Oxygen consumed, carbon released, balance maintained. Multiply that by millions of square kilometres, and the result is a living organism large enough to influence global climate. The Amazon's heartbeat is measurable even from space. In the fluctuations of atmospheric gases, the forest literally breathes for the planet. But that's only one layer of the rhythm. The deeper pulse comes from the flow of water, from the rains that rise as vapour from the canopy and fall again as storms hundreds of kilometres away. This cycling moisture, called the flying river, connects the entire basin. It's the bloodstream of the Amazon, carrying nutrients and energy across vast distances. When the trees release moisture, they're not just maintaining themselves, they're sustaining the system. The pulse of evaporation and rainfall drives the entire machine of life, an endless loop that has operated for millions of years. If you could amplify the forest's sounds beyond human range, you'd find more rhythm still. Ultrasonic clicks of insects, subsonic vibrations from tree trunks bending under wind, the constant murmur of rivers carving through soil. It all forms a complex layered music. Scientists have begun to record these frequencies, not to romanticize them, but to track the forest's health. The more varied and complex the soundscape, the healthier the ecosystem. When logging or fire strips an area, the silence is measurable, the pulse weakens. It's as if the jungle's heart skips a beat. There's also a pulse in light. Beneath the canopy, brightness fluctuates in patterns that shape behaviour. Certain plants open their leaves only during specific intervals of filtered sunlight. Animals time their activity to those windows. Even the forest floor responds, fungi growing in bursts aligned with the passage of cloud shadows. Each element reacts not to randomness but to rhythm. The jungle moves in waves, like an organism guided by an internal clock set by the sun. The indigenous people who have lived here for generations don't describe this pulse in scientific terms, but they know it intimately. They talk about the forest as a being with moods, with wakefulness and rest. They can tell when it's breathing slow, when storms linger and air grows still. They know when it's breathing fast, when rain falls every afternoon and the nights buzz louder than usual. These descriptions may sound poetic to outsiders, but they're accurate. They describe changes in humidity, temperature, and animal activity, all signs of the forest's metabolic state. Living here requires reading those cues the way a sailor reads wind. For every creature in the Amazon, life is synchronized to that larger beat. The cicadas rise in vast waves of sound, their calls cresting and fading in perfect coordination. Frogs begin their nightly chorus at the same hour, an unspoken agreement across species. Birds use the changing pitch of the insect hum to time their feeding. Even the predators listen, waiting for the right moment when noise conceals motion. The forest's pulse organizes all of it, a metronome of existence that no single species controls but all obey. In the early morning, just before sunrise, the rhythm changes. The air cools, mist condenses, and the first sounds of day emerge. Deep calls from howler monkeys echoing across kilometres. Their roars mark the transition between night and light, signalling territory and time. As the sky brightens, other voices join in. Parrots, tinnitus, macaws. It's the jungle's dawn heartbeat, a surge of sound that accompanies the forest's first breath of the day. Each morning repeats it, slightly different, yet always familiar. During the heat of midday, activity slows. The forest holds its breath. Photosynthesis continues, but movement decreases. Animals retreat into shade, insects quiet their wings, and the river glides without ripple. This is the resting phase. the lull in the pulse when the system gathers energy for the next burst. Even the wind seems hesitant. The stillness can be oppressive, heavy with moisture, but it's temporary. By afternoon, thunderheads begin to rise, the humidity builds, and the forest exhales again through rain. The pulse completes another cycle. Nightfall brings a different kind of rhythm, slower, deeper, more resonant. The nocturnal world takes over, and the forest's pulse shifts into another register. Bats flutter in erratic patterns, guided by echoes. Moths swarm toward the faintest light. Owls glide silently between branches. Below, the river stirs, surface alive with motion. The air fills with calls that overlap until they form a continuous hum, a low vibration that seems to emanate from the ground itself. It's not imagination. It's the combined sound of millions of organisms moving at once, breathing, feeding, communicating. The jungle's pulse doesn't fade at night. It deepens. What makes this rhythm so remarkable is its persistence. Fires can sweep through, floods can rearrange landscapes, yet within weeks the pulse returns. The forest rebuilds its timing, its cycles, its balance. The rhythm doesn't depend on perfection, it depends on continuation. Even in damaged areas, the jungle's heart keeps beating, faint but steady, waiting for recovery. That resilience comes from diversity. With millions of species, no single failure can stop the system. Each loss shifts the rhythm, but the overall beat continues. It's a lesson in endurance, the ability to survive not by rigidity but by flexibility. Beneath all of this is a subtler pulse, one that even scientists are only beginning to measure, the electrical activity of plants. Recent studies have found that trees send slow electrical signals through their roots and stems, communicating through networks of fungi and bacteria. These signals increase during stress, such as drought or injury, and synchronize across distances. It's as if the forest shares awareness, a collective response transmitted through the ground. The pulses travel too slowly for us to feel, but they're constant, an undercurrent of communication that connects everything living to everything else. The jungle's heartbeat is not just biological, it's electrical, chemical, atmospheric. The river feels it too. During heavy rain, its flow accelerates, rising and falling in tempo with the sky. During drought, it slows, shallow and reflective. The pulse of water mirrors the pulse of trees, both governed by the same forces. In fact, they're inseparable. The forest creates the rain feeds the river nourishes the forest. Each sustains the other's rhythm. Remove one, and the rest falters. That's why deforestation is not just loss of trees, it's arrhythmia. The Amazon's heart loses its timing. From space, satellites track the forest's respiration through changes in colour and moisture. They can see the pulse, the greening after rain, the fading during drought. It looks like a living organism breathing on a planetary scale. Each pixel on the image flickers between shades of green and brown, showing growth and rest, inhalation and exhalation. Scientists use these patterns to monitor climate change, but the data also reveals something more profound, that life operates as a system of coordinated rhythm, not chaos. The jungle isn't random, it's orchestrated by physics and time. In the midst of this vast rhythm, human activity appears erratic. Chainsaws, engines, explosions. They break the continuity, introducing noise where there was pattern. The forest tries to absorb it, to integrate it into its pulse, but some frequencies don't belong. The sounds of machines travel far, disturbing the communication of animals, masking signals, altering behaviour. In areas near logging operations, researchers have recorded lower diversity in sound. The pulse weakens audibly, like a skipped heartbeat. The jungle can recover, but only if given time to re-establish its timing. For those who spend their lives here, scientists, guides, locals, the rhythm becomes internalized. Their own routines begin to match it. They wake before dawn, rest during the midday stillness, move again as evening comes. Over time, their bodies adjust to the pace of the forest, their breathing sinking with humidity, their sleep with rain. The pulse of the jungle seeps into them until it becomes indistinguishable from their own. It's not a mystical experience. It's biology aligning with environment. The human body, after all, is mostly water, and water always finds the rhythm of its surroundings. Sometimes, after weeks in the forest, people report feeling the pulse physically, a faint vibration underfoot, a sensation that the ground itself is alive. It's not hallucination. Sensitive instruments confirm that the soil does in fact vibrate constantly, driven by the combined motion of roots, insects and microseismic activity from the river. The jungle moves even when it looks still. Every tree's growth expands the soil imperceptibly. Every insect tunnel shifts pressure. Every water drop landing on a leaf sends a tremor downward. Together they form a continuous background motion, the subtle trembling of a living earth. There's comfort in realizing that this pulse continues whether anyone listens or not. Long before humans arrived, it was already beating. Long after we leave, it will go on. It doesn't depend on observation to exist. The forest doesn't need witnesses to breathe. Its rhythm belongs to the planet, not to any one species. But in learning to notice it, we remember our place within it, not as observers, but as participants. Our own hearts beat in similar patterns, rise and fall, rest and release. We are built from the same logic. At dusk, when the light fades to amber and the air thickens with moisture, the pulse becomes most audible. The chorus of insects swells, joined by frogs, birds, and unseen mammals. The sound builds slowly until it becomes a wall of vibration that seems to press against your skin. It's overwhelming at first, but then something happens. Your body adjusts. Your breathing slows, your heart rate steadies, and you begin to match the rhythm around you. The noise stops being noise. It becomes coherence, a shared tempo between organism and environment. That's the pulse of the jungle. Not a sound, not a metaphor, but an alignment. The longer you stay, the more you realize that the jungle's rhythm is not just in space, but in time. It measures itself not by human calendars, but by regeneration. A tree falls, another grows. A flood erases, a drought reveals. The pace is slow enough to appear eternal, but it's movement nonetheless. The pulse doesn't rush, it endures. To live here is to learn patience. To understand that every cycle completes itself, no matter how long it takes. When the rain comes again, tapping against the leaves, the forest seems to sigh in relief. The water seeps into soil, feeding roots, reviving moss, carrying nutrients downstream. The air cools, the insects shift tone, and for a moment, the entire basin hums together in perfect synchrony. It's the clearest expression of the jungle's pulse. Not a single rhythm, but millions overlapping to form one. It's what keeps everything alive, what binds the river to the trees to the air to the sky. It's the heartbeat of continuity, steady, vast, and endless. And when the rain fades, leaving the scent of wet earth behind, the forest continues its quiet work. Leaves drip, soil steams, roots breathe. The pulse doesn't stop between storms, it carries on, invisible but certain. It's the background of existence here, the one sound that never fades, the one movement that never ends. The jungle doesn't need to be seen or heard to prove it's alive. Its proof is in rhythm, constant, ancient, and still ongoing beneath every breath we take. The river carries names. You can't see them, but they're there, drifting like silt suspended in motion, passed from one generation to the next. Every curve, every tributary, every place where a current bends around a stone has been named before, often more than once. These names aren't written on maps or signs. They exist in memory, spoken aloud, handed down through families, villages, stories. They belong not to ownership, but to relationship, To name a river here isn't to claim it. It's to acknowledge that it has meaning, that it knows you as much as you know it. The Amazon is full of such names, layered like sediment, some thousands of years old, some born yesterday. Before any foreign word touched this place, before it was called Amazon, it had other identities, hundreds of them. Each community along its length called it something different, often describing its behaviour rather than its boundaries. Some names meant Mother of Waters, others meant Path of Fish, Place that Eats Light, the Great Snake, or simply Home. To the people who lived by it, the river wasn't a single entity. It was a network of lives, a system that changed shape depending on season and need. Naming it wasn't about dividing it, it was about speaking to it. The act of naming carries weight here. Indigenous languages treat rivers not as objects, but as beings, often assigning them gender, mood, and lineage. The water has parents, children, cousins. It grows old, renews itself, changes temperament. To call its name aloud is to enter into dialogue. That's why even today many communities speak to the river before fishing or crossing. They ask permission, offer thanks, or simply greet it. The habit isn't ritual in the sense of ceremony, it's habit in the sense of respect. You speak because silence would be rude. When outsiders arrived centuries ago, they brought their own names, often renaming places that already had hundreds. These new words appeared on maps, replacing older ones in official records. But the local names never disappeared. They went underground, surviving in conversation, in songs, in casual reference. A village might appear on a map under one name but be known by another to those who live there. The official name is for documents. The real name is for use. The distinction matters. The river doesn't respond to bureaucracy. It responds to recognition. Scientists who study the Amazon's hydrology often talk about the river's memory, not metaphorically but physically. Each flood leaves patterns in the soil, shaping where the next will flow. The channels shift slightly every year, guided by the paths they've taken before. The river remembers through erosion and deposition, through the way it moves sediment from one place to another. You can read its history in the curves of its banks, in the oxbow lakes that mark its abandoned meanders. These old bends are like scars, evidence of past motion that still influences the present. When you look at the Amazon from above, it appears to have handwriting, a looping script of water writing itself across land. In that way, names are not so different from channels. Both record movement, both evolve over time. A name might begin as a description, the place where turtles gather, the bend where lightning struck, the bank of red clay. Over generations, as people change and languages shift, the words evolve, but the meaning lingers. Even when the literal translation is forgotten, the name remains attached to a feeling, a story, a pattern. It becomes a kind of oral cartography, a way of navigating not just geography but memory. There are villages that no longer exist, swallowed by floods or abandoned after drought, but their names still travel downstream. Fishermen use them as reference points, past where X once stood, before the mouth of Y. The places themselves may be gone, but their positions remain in conversation, floating like invisible coordinates. In that sense, the river remembers not only through sediment but through speech. Human memory and natural memory overlap, one reinforcing the other. The river moves forward, but its names anchor it to time. Sometimes the memory works the other way. People forget, and the river reminds them. After heavy rains, when the water rises and reclaims lowlands, it often uncovers traces of older settlements, pottery shards, stone tools, remnants of ancient hearths. The river brings these back as if to say, I remember who you were. These discoveries aren't coincidences. They're the result of the Amazon's slow digestion of history. What it takes, it never fully loses. It recycles everything, even the human past. When archaeologists study these sites, they find that many correspond to locations still known by ancestral names. The people may have moved, The language may have changed, but the river held on. There's something remarkable about the persistence of those early sounds. Some indigenous words used today predate modern borders, shared across communities separated by hundreds of kilometres. They travel like currents, merging and diverging, adapting to dialects but retaining their roots. Linguists map these patterns the way geologists map rock strata. You can trace the movement of peoples and cultures by following the flow of names along the river's length. Some travelled with trade, others with myth. Together, they form a linguistic echo of the Amazon's physical shape. Branching, merging, infinite. In every language spoken here, the river is alive. It eats, breathes, dreams, and remembers. The Portuguese colonists who tried to rename it with saints and monarchs found their words swallowed by local ones. Even the name Amazon itself comes from a legend, a mistaken reference to warrior women from Greek myth, applied by early explorers who thought they saw female fighters among the indigenous groups. The name stuck, though it fit poorly. Over time, it took on its own life, detached from its origin. Like the river, it changed meaning until it became something new. Today, Amazon means both the river and everything connected to it. The forest, the basin, the ecosystem, the myth. But beneath that word lies an older truth. The river had names long before it had myths. To speak about memory in the Amazon is to speak about continuity. The river remembers through process, not preservation. It doesn't keep things intact, it transforms them. A leaf that falls into the water becomes food for insects, then sediment, then soil, then new growth. A name functions the same way. It changes pronunciation, context, and meaning, but it remains in circulation. The river doesn't forget because it doesn't stop moving. Forgetting requires stillness, and stillness is something the Amazon never allows. In recent years, scientists have found another kind of memory hidden in the river's chemistry. By analysing isotopes in the water, they can trace its origins. Rainfall from the Andes, evaporation from the Atlantic, moisture recycled from the forest. Each molecule carries information about where it has been. The river quite literally holds a molecular record of its journey. That's not metaphor, it's measurable. The ratio of elements in a sample can reveal the story of its passage through cloud, soil, and leaf. Every drop is a biography written in atomic script. That same science has shown how interconnected the Amazon truly is. Water that falls in Peru can end up feeding crops in Brazil. Moisture released from the canopy can drift south and become rainfall in Argentina. The river doesn't end where maps say it does. Its influence extends far beyond its visible path, carrying traces of its identity into other lands. The idea that the river remembers names becomes literal. It leaves chemical fingerprints everywhere it goes. Rain falling hundreds of kilometres away still carries the Amazon signature. There's also memory in the creatures that live here. Fish navigate using magnetic and chemical cues that link them to their birthplace. Some migrate thousands of kilometres and still return to the same tributary where they were born. Their sense of direction depends not just on instinct, but on recognition, of mineral content, of current speed, of water temperature. In essence, they remember the feel of home. Even when the river shifts, they find it again. Their migrations mirror human attachment to place, the same pull that keeps communities rebuilding in the same floodplains generation after generation. For those who live by the river, memory isn't abstract, it's part of survival. Knowledge of currents, sand banks, and seasonal changes is passed verbally, often through stories. A tale about a spirit in a whirlpool may sound like folklore, but it also teaches avoidance of dangerous water. A story about a fish that hides during certain months carries information about breeding cycles. Every story is both instruction and remembrance, practical knowledge disguised as myth. The river's names encode that wisdom. They point to resources, hazards, patterns. To forget them is to lose navigation, both literal and cultural. Modern development threatens that memory in ways less visible than deforestation. When communities are displaced for dams or industry, their words vanish from the landscape. New maps erase old names, replacing them with neutral coordinates, but the river doesn't forget. It still flows through the same paths, still murmurs through the same stones. Sometimes, the lost names resurface, found in old documents, revived by descendants, spoken again after centuries of silence. Each rediscovery is a kind of restoration, not of land, but of connection. The river responds to recognition. Standing by its edge, you can sense that continuity. The water that touches your feet is ancient, yet new. It has been here before in other forms: rain, mist, dew, flood. It carries atoms that once belonged to glaciers, oceans, even living things long gone. When you say the river's name, whatever name you choose, it feels like speaking into a conversation already underway. You're not starting it, you're joining it. The response comes not as words but as movement, a shift in current, a ripple across the surface. The river acknowledges. There's a quiet humility in realizing that the Amazon doesn't need us to remember it. It remembers itself. Its channels trace its own biography. Its chemistry holds its past. Its species carry its legacy. But when humans participate in that remembrance, through names, stories, or care, the relationship deepens. We become part of the river's ongoing narrative instead of mere observers. The names we give are temporary, but the act of naming connects us to something permanent. In the end, the question isn't whether rivers remember names. It's whether we remember how to listen when they speak them back. The sound isn't in the water itself, but in everything it touches. The wind through trees, the splash against banks, the murmur of fish below. If you listen long enough, the rhythm of the current begins to form words, not in language but in pattern. The names are there, layered, repeated, reshaped by time. They move onward, like everything else in the Amazon, unbroken and unending. And as night falls again and the surface darkens, the river keeps whispering to itself, carrying every story it's ever known toward the sea. It doesn't hold them tightly. It lets them drift, trusting that somewhere, downstream or in another age, someone will call their name again. That's how the river remembers, not by keeping, but by flowing, not by stillness, but by return. Time in the Amazon doesn't move forward the way it does elsewhere. It circles, it loops, it dissolves into itself. The water remembers everything that passes through it, and in doing so, it refuses to let the past stay buried. Every flood, every drought, every fallen leaf or forgotten settlement is absorbed, transformed, and eventually returned in some form. What disappears comes back, altered but recognizable, part of a pattern so vast that it feels outside of human chronology. The river is not a line across the landscape. It is a clock that runs in circles. To stand by the river for long enough is to feel that loop. You begin to notice the subtle repetition of events, the same humidity building before the same storm, the same smell of wet soil after, the same insects rising in the same sequence each year. What feels like time passing is actually time repeating. Nothing truly ends. The river's current may move endlessly east toward the sea, but its substance, its essence, circles back as vapour, returns as rain, and begins again. Water that left this bank years ago might now be falling as a storm hundreds of kilometres upstream. The river feeds itself with its own past. Scientists call this the hydrological cycle, but that phrase feels too mechanical to capture its depth. For the Amazon, this loop is not a process, it's identity. The basin generates much of its own rain through evaporation from trees and soil. The moisture rises, condenses and returns again and again, sometimes repeating the journey 5 or 6 times before leaving for the ocean. In that sense, the river drinks its own memory. The air above it is full of the ghosts of former rains. Every breath here contains fragments of floods long gone. There's a physical rhythm to that recycling, but there's also a psychological one. The people who live by the river feel time differently because of it. Their calendars don't separate years by numbers, but by events. The big flood, the season when the fish came early, the year of the long drought. Time is measured by repetition, not distance. The past isn't behind them, it's beneath them, flowing invisibly through the present. When they speak of ancestors, they don't imagine them gone. They imagine them absorbed, in the soil, in the trees, in the river's constant motion. The loops exist on every scale. A single drop evaporates, condenses, falls, and returns. A tree grows, dies, decomposes, and becomes food for another. Fish spawn in tributaries, migrate to the ocean, and return to their birthplace years later to begin the cycle again. Even the forest's carbon moves in loops, drawn in through photosynthesis, released through decay, absorbed once more. It's all circular, recursive, unending. The jungle is not progressing toward anything. It's maintaining continuity. Its purpose is not growth for its own sake, but persistence through repetition. To a visitor, this constancy can feel deceptive. The forest seems timeless, unchanged across millennia. But time is always at work here, just not in the ways we expect. The soil beneath your feet might be centuries old, layered from floods that came and went long before written history. The trees above may be younger, grown from seeds dropped by species that no longer exist. Everything here replaces itself gradually, so that the forest you see now is both ancient and new. Time loops in matter, not in moments. This looping rhythm even shapes evolution. Species adapt to recurring conditions, annual floods, predictable droughts, cycles of abundance and scarcity. The creatures that survive are those that remember through biology, their instincts shaped by repetition. Fish that sense rising water before it arrives, plants that drop seeds months in advance, insects that hatch exactly when humidity peaks. All of them carry memory in their design. Their DNA is a record of cycles, written through trial and persistence. The river's time loops extend beyond biology into geology. Deep beneath the forest, layers of sediment record millions of years of change. When scientists drill cores from the riverbed, they find alternating bands of clay, sand, and organic material, each layer a pulse of the river's ancient heart. Some mark wetter eras when the Amazon was wider and faster. Others capture times of contraction when drought slowed its flow. The pattern reads like a waveform: expansion, contraction, rebirth. Even rock participates in the cycle, eroded and rebuilt, broken down and reassembled into new forms. It's easy to think of this circularity as balance, but it's more dynamic than that. The loops aren't perfect repetitions, they're variations on a theme. Each flood reshapes the land slightly differently. Each drought leaves new scars. Each generation of trees grows in altered soil. The system evolves through imperfection. The loops aren't identical, they spiral, widening or tightening depending on the pressures of climate and time. If the Amazon has an arrow of time, it bends in circles rather than lines. For the people who live here, time's looping nature creates a different sense of history. The elders don't describe events as long ago, but as before the last return. A story from centuries past feels close, accessible, because it still echoes in the present landscape. The place where something happened remains, and because the river revisits it each year, the story renews itself. In this worldview, forgetting is impossible as long as the land endures. The loop ensures memory, even when words fade. Some of these loops happen faster than we notice. A single day along the river contains its own cycle, the humidity rising with dawn, peaking with the afternoon storm falling again at night. The insects respond, the birds adjust, and the entire system synchronizes. Each day is a miniature version of the seasonal rhythm, and each season is a fragment of the millennial one. The Amazon contains loops within loops, nested like reflections, each influencing the other. Even decay follows this law. When something dies here, it disappears quickly, not because it's forgotten, but because it's reused. Fungi, bacteria, and insects break it down within days, turning it into nutrients that feed the next growth. Death is only a momentary pause in the circulation of matter. The energy continues, transformed. The smell of rot that fills the air after rain isn't a sign of vending. It's renewal in progress. You can almost feel the boundary between life and death blur until it becomes irrelevant. In the river's logic, both are parts of the same flow. The forest's time loops are also spatial. The river itself is constantly remapping its course, abandoning old channels to carve new ones, then returning centuries later to the same paths. Satellite imagery shows oxbow lakes that used to be main channels hundreds of years ago. Many of them still flood during heavy rains, as if the river hasn't quite forgotten. The new channels form where the flow is strongest, but erosion eventually pulls them back toward older paths. The Amazon doesn't move forward, it oscillates, experimenting, revisiting, correcting. Even the light behaves cyclically here. Morning begins dim and slow, the mist filtering sunlight into grey haze. By noon, it's brilliant and hot, then fades into gold and amber before dissolving into darkness. The rhythm repeats every day, but it feels different each time, as if the forest is rehearsing variations on a familiar theme. The creatures adjust accordingly, each tuned to their moment in the sequence. Some flowers open only for a few hours at dawn, others only after dark. The timing is precise, inherited through generations of repetition. It's not just physical systems that loop, human emotion does too. The people who live by the river experience joy, loss and hope in cycles that mirror the seasons. A flood takes what they built, then gives back in fertile soil. Drought brings hunger, then renewal. Each hardship carries the memory of its opposite. That knowledge builds patience, a trust in return. It's not resignation, but understanding that everything, good or bad, comes back eventually. The river teaches endurance through repetition. The looping of time here also distorts the sense of progress that defines much of the modern world. In the Amazon, there is no straight path from past to future. The forest doesn't build toward completion, it sustains continuity. A new tree grows where an old one fell, not as replacement but as continuation. The loop erases beginnings and endings, leaving only transitions. It's unsettling to those who seek linearity, but comforting to those who see existence as flow. Even the climate reflects this looping balance. El Niño and La Niña, recurring oceanic patterns, influence rainfall across the basin. Every few years, the river's behaviour changes. Floods grow stronger, or droughts lengthen. These shifts are not anomalies. They're part of a long conversation between ocean and forest, heat and water. These cycles aren't stable, but they're predictable in their unpredictability. The river remembers each one and adjusts. For those who study the Amazon, understanding these loops is key to understanding resilience. The ecosystem doesn't resist change by freezing itself in place. It absorbs disturbance and recycles it. A storm destroys trees, creating sunlight gaps where new species thrive. A drought kills weaker plants, enriching the soil with their decay. The damage becomes renewal. The loop transforms loss into opportunity. It's a logic that contradicts human fear of endings. Here, nothing is wasted, not even destruction. At night, when the air cools and the insects take over, time feels slower still. The surface of the river moves, but everything else seems paused. Yet beneath that calm, processes continue. Microbes digesting, roots extending, animals feeding. The illusion of stillness hides countless small loops unfolding at once. You can feel it if you listen carefully. The faint crackle of growth, the rhythmic drip of condensation. the steady breathing of the forest. The pulse never stops, it only changes frequency. Sometimes the loops intersect. A fallen branch becomes a bridge for ants, which drop seeds into the water, which are carried downstream and take root on a new bank. A fish eats fruit, digests the seed, and releases it miles away, creating another tree that will one day feed another fish. The cycle expands outward, connecting species across space and time. Each participant unknowingly maintains the continuity of the system. The river's time is shared, distributed, communal. The deeper truth of these loops is that they don't just sustain life, they define it. To exist here is to be part of repetition. Even thought follows the same rhythm. Those who live here wake, work, rest, and dream in patterns shaped by water. Their stories begin and end in the same places. Their songs repeat verses endlessly. Their ceremonies follow the cycles of moon and rain. Continuity becomes comfort. It's not monotony, but rhythm. The recognition that stability doesn't mean stasis. For outsiders, the temptation is to see the loops as imprisonment, as if the forest were stuck in eternal recurrence. But that's a misunderstanding born of impatience. The loops are freedom of another kind. Freedom from decay, from irreversibility, from loss that cannot be undone. In this world, everything returns. The water that leaves today will come back. The soil will rise again as plant, the plant as food, the food as body, the body as earth. It's not an endless replay, it's evolution within repetition, variation within permanence. And so the river flows, its surface always moving forward, its essence always returning. To watch it is to see time made visible, the past and future carried together in the same current. The loops tighten and expand, responding to climate, to life, to chance. But they never break. The Amazon doesn't remember time because it doesn't need to. It is time. Every drop, every root, every creature within it is a clock, ticking not toward an end but through cycles of renewal. If you stay long enough, you begin to sense the rhythm in yourself. Your breathing slows to match the pace of the river. Your thoughts settle into patterns that loop instead of leap. You stop marking time in minutes and start feeling it in movement. The rise and fall of humidity, the repetition of sound, the way light changes. Eventually the boundaries blur. The loops of the forest and the loops of the body merge, and for a moment you understand that nothing ever truly leaves. It only changes direction. Somewhere downstream the river is already preparing to return. The vapour rising from its surface will fall again on another day, another place, another generation. The trees that drink that rain will one day fall and feed the soil. The soil will slide back into the current, and the cycle will begin again. The loop continues, endless, patient, certain. It doesn't rush to complete itself, because it already is complete. The Amazon's secret isn't that it survives time. It creates it, over and over, one circle at a time. The giants of the Amazon never really left. Some swim beneath the surface, unseen except for the ripples they make at dusk. Others drift in the murky light like old memories, half asleep, half alive. They have been here longer than the trees that shade the riverbanks, longer than the people who built gardens from dark earth. Time has washed over them again and again, but they remained, carried forward by the river's patience. When the night is quiet and the water moves without wind, it's easy to imagine them resting just below the current, breathing slowly, dreaming through the centuries. To call them giants isn't exaggeration. The river is full of creatures that defy proportion. Arapaima stretching longer than a grown man, black caimans wide as boats, freshwater rays with wingspans that shadow the riverbed. There are catfish so massive that old fishermen swear they have pulled down cattle from the banks, their mouths opening like the entrance to another world. Most of these stories blur fact and memory, but the size of the truth doesn't matter. What matters is that the river holds things large enough to remind you that it belongs to them as much as to anything else. The arapaima, for example, is as close to a living fossil as any fish can be. Its ancestors swam here when the Amazon was still part of an inland sea, tens of millions of years ago. It hasn't changed much since then. Its scales are thick as armour, overlapping plates that shimmer like wet bronze. It surfaces with a slow exhalation, taking air into a lung-like bladder, then sinks again with a glide that leaves no wake. Everything about it feels deliberate, unhurried, ancient. When it moves, you can sense the weight of history in its motion. It's not a predator that hunts for sport. It's a relic that continues to exist because nothing has ever managed to replace it. The caiman, too, is a creature out of time. Its shape predates mammals, its lineage stretching back to the age of dinosaurs. Watching one bask in the sun, motionless except for the slow rise and fall of its flanks, you see the same posture captured in fossils from a world that no longer exists. It is patience incarnate, built to wait. At night its eyes catch the faintest light and reflect it like twin embers. In that red gleam, you see something that feels older than the forest, older than the river, older even than the idea of fear. It doesn't dream of conquest or change, it simply endures. The Amazon manatee, by contrast, is a gentler giant, round, slow and quiet. It drifts through flooded forests, feeding on aquatic plants, leaving trails of bubbles that mark its passing. Locals sometimes call it the grandmother of the river, and there's a tenderness in that image. The manatee has no defense except calmness. It doesn't run or fight. It trusts the water to protect it. Scientists believe its ancestors once lived in the sea before being trapped here as the continent shifted. Over millions of years it adapted, turning saltwater instincts into freshwater habits. It is a living memory of transformation, a reminder that even the slowest beings can reshape themselves when the world demands it. There are smaller giants too, creatures that rule their own domains without size but with presence. Electric eels that generate shocks powerful enough to deter predators or kill prey, rays that glide like living shadows, turtles that outlive generations of people. Each carries a trace of ancient design, a blueprint that worked so well it never needed revision. They are not primitive, they are perfected. Evolution, at least for them, found completion early. The giants dream because the river allows them to. It offers space, food, and secrecy. Its vastness gives them room to grow. Its murk hides them from constant scrutiny. The forest's endless decay feeds the plankton that feed the fish that feed them. The system sustains itself through generosity, but that generosity has limits. As the human world presses closer, the balance begins to strain. Boats cut new paths through the water, engines replace paddles, nets reach deeper than they once could. The giants adapt slowly, if at all. Some retreat to quieter tributaries, others vanish without ceremony. The dream continues, but it becomes lighter, thinner, like mist at dawn. Still, they endure in ways that defy logic. Fishermen who travel far into the flooded forest speak of hearing strange splashes at night. Heavy, deliberate, unlike any fish they know. Sometimes they see the water bulge, then settle, as if something vast rolled beneath the surface. They tell these stories without certainty, not as proof, but as acknowledgement. The river is wide enough to keep secrets. For every creature known to science, there are likely others that haven't been seen in decades or perhaps ever. The Amazon scale allows for mystery. It's large enough to hide entire lives within its folds. Beneath the scientific curiosity lies something older, the belief that these giants are guardians. Many communities see them as embodiments of the river's spirit, sentinels that maintain its balance. The caiman keeps the banks clean by controlling fish populations. The manatee trims the underwater vegetation. The arapaima stirs the oxygen-depleted waters with its surfacing. Each plays a role in keeping the system alive. To harm them is to disturb the equilibrium. That understanding isn't superstition, it's ecology spoken in mythic language. The stories serve as protection, preserving the river by protecting its symbols. When explorers first arrived and recorded tales of monstrous fish and serpents, they dismissed them as exaggerations. Yet time has proven that even the wildest stories contain truth. The anaconda, for instance, was long treated as legend, an impossibly large snake that could swallow a person whole. Then, in time, they were found, measured, studied, and confirmed. The myth had been reality all along, only exaggerated by awe. Even now, no one knows the maximum size they can reach. In untouched corners of the basin, there could still be individuals longer than any recorded. The possibility is enough to keep the myth alive. In a way, the persistence of these stories mirrors the persistence of the creatures themselves. Both survive because the river keeps rewriting them. The same way it reshapes its banks and channels, it reshapes memory. Each generation adds to the myth, shifting details, replacing fear with reverence, danger with wonder. The giants become timeless, not because they live forever, but because they live repeatedly, renewed in each telling. There's another kind of giant that's harder to see. The invisible masses of microscopic life that underpin the entire system. Algae, bacteria, and plankton might not seem worthy of the name, but in sheer quantity they are titans. They process more carbon, generate more oxygen, and feed more species than any other form of life in the river. Without them, the visible giants couldn't exist. These tiny organisms live fast and die fast, looping through generations in days. Their rapid cycles sustain the slower rhythms above them. They are the quiet machinery of the Amazon's dream. The notion that these creatures dream may sound fanciful, but in a way they do. Not through thought or imagination, but through persistence. The cycles they maintain are so perfect, so continuous, that they mirror the structure of consciousness, input, transformation, renewal. The river itself behaves like a mind, processing information through motion. The giants are neurons, the current is energy. The loops of birth and death are memory. The system dreams because it remembers and responds. At night, when the air cools and the surface stills, the giants become invisible. The caiman sinks, the arapaima drifts deep, the manatee glides silently through submerged trees. Only the occasional ripple betrays their presence. The forest hums, the insects rise, and the river's deeper world begins its nocturnal rhythm. If you listen closely, you can hear soft breaks in the water, breaths from lungs older than ours, quiet movements through currents that haven't changed in thousands of years. The giants don't sleep as we do, but they rest, floating in the half-light between consciousness and instinct. Sometimes the forest seems to respond to them. The frogs quiet when a caiman surfaces, the birds rise when a shadow passes below. The balance between species here is so fine that even small disturbances ripple outward. The giants shape the behaviour of everything around them, not through dominance, but through presence. They don't chase or command, they simply exist, and their existence rearranges the world. The ecosystem acknowledges them the way a body acknowledges its heart. There's a sense that the river protects them, even now. In regions untouched by heavy traffic or industry, their populations remain stable. They live longer than expected, grow larger than documented. It's as if the deeper currents shield them from time, preserving an ancient peace beneath the turbulence of modernity. For all our technology and exploration, vast portions of the Amazon remain unmeasured, unseen, unreachable. That inaccessibility is a form of mercy. It gives the giants room to continue their quiet dreaming. People who have spent their lives on the water speak about these beings with familiarity, not superstition. They talk about the old ones, as if referring to elders. They describe individual animals with nicknames, the giant fish that always surfaces near a particular bend, the caiman that returns each season to the same lagoon, the manatee family that passes through every year when the floodplain opens. Whether these are the same creatures or descendants doesn't matter. Continuity is what defines them. The names are a way of acknowledging persistence, of keeping memory alive. Even in death, the giants remain part of the system. When one of these massive bodies decays, it feeds thousands of others. Fish, birds, insects, and microbes gather in abundance, drawn by the nutrients released back into the water. The energy stored for decades is redistributed in days. Nothing is wasted. The body becomes part of the flow again, carried downstream, turned into soil, plants, and eventually new life. In that sense, their dreams never end. They continue through transformation. The giants have lived through eras of ice and heat, through the rise and fall of continents. They have seen the forest shrink and grow, the climate shift, the species around them evolve. Their endurance isn't luck, it's adaptation measured in patience. They change so slowly that the world has time to catch up. What looks like stillness is strategy, survival through restraint. The river rewards that approach. It favours those who move with it rather than against it. There's a lesson in that for us. The giants endure because they don't fight the flow. They accept cycles of abundance and scarcity, of light and dark. They take what the river offers and return what they can. Humans, by contrast, often demand progress, extraction, control. But the river doesn't respond to control. It responds to rhythm. The beings that survive longest here are those that learn to match it. When dawn comes, mist rising from the surface, the giants stir again. The arapaima breaks the water with a low, hollow sound, drawing breath before sinking back into the depths. The caiman glides toward a sunny bank, its scales glistening like old bronze. The manatee surfaces quietly, exhales, and disappears. The day begins as it has for millennia, the same cycle, the same pulse. The forest wakes around them, birds calling, insects buzzing, the river reflecting light that filters through the canopy. Everything continues, as it always has, as it must. The giants are still here, not as legends but as reminders. They embody the age of water, the patience of survival, the memory of a world that predates ours. To watch them move is to glimpse the continuity of life unbroken by progress or decline. They exist in a time apart from time, an era preserved in motion, and somewhere in that vastness, as the river bends and the current slows, they dream, not in images or thoughts, but in existence itself. Their dream is the river's dream, the endless loop of flow and renewal that has never stopped, that never will. And as night returns, the surface darkens again, erasing the boundary between air and water. The forest quiets, the insects shift tone, and somewhere below, a breath rises, a ripple expands, then fades. The giants sleep without sleeping, waiting for another dawn, another flood, another century. The river holds them as it always has, as it always will, carrying their dreams through time, through darkness, through endless, patient water.